Testing. Ba 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 bum. Ba da 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 dun. Ba da 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 dun. Okay, yep, that works. Camera. Not gonna lie, I haven't read all the cards yet. I'm a little bit behind. I'm actually quite behind. From where I'd expect to be. The Hobbit. Draft archetypes. Couldn't even recite them off the top of my head. Couldn't even tell you what color combinations there would be. Hello, hello. Blue, white. Recruit and draw 2. Black, red. Goblins and amass. Green, black. Wolves and ferocious. Okay. Red, white, storied, and dwarves. Blue, green, elves, and landfall. Blue, green, red, white. Green, black, black, red, blue, white. Is each color pair... Sorry, does each color get featured twice? So blue, white for white, red, white for white. It's possible to feature every color pair twice, right? Because green, blue, green, black, black, red. Yeah, everything's still featured twice, even though it's like some allied, some enemy colors. Sure. All right. So we're not going to do like this is not a set review stream, right? I'm going to figure out what exactly these color combinations care about. I'm sure other people have gone into it, etc. I haven't even read all the cards yet. I'm going to be doing a little bit of searching. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 cards that recruit at common for blue white, all in blue white. So recruit doesn't get featured anywhere outside of it. 3 recruiters. That are uncommon. And then the rares and mythics, small percentage of what matters. Refresh chat box, sure. Where's my chat box? There it is. Each mechanic's only featured within the color pair. It's still broken. I just refreshed it. Try again. I think it should be fixed. I was just a little slow to refresh it. Yeah, all right. Let's read some commons. Esgaroth. Oh. I actually don't know how to pronounce these. Esgaroth. Huh. Esgaroth Garrison. 4 and a white, 5 mana total. Human soldier, that's a star 5. This creature's power is equal to the number of creatures you control. When this creature enters, recruit. So on its own, a 1/5 that loot. But if you loot away a non-token, then it's a 2/5 minimum. Which then begs the question, how easy is it to go wide in this format? So there's 4 things that recruit at common. Amass also creates an individual token, but I wouldn't call Amass like a go wide mechanic. I would definitely argue that star 5 is a much better stat line than star star for the same line of text. Like 5/5, you're already doing it, really. And for cards like this, it also just comes down to like individual cards as well. If there's a common, if there's like a common or even two token makers, right? Then you can get wide pretty easily. To be determined. Going wide also kind of depends on how many like larger toughness creatures in the formats incentivize board stalls and such. But this has no like recursion in itself. Another question we have to ask down the line is how likely are non-supported color combos? We'll have to take a look at the comments. We can take a look at the comments, but right now the main question I want to answer is like, okay, like how much of like a central theme is like quote unquote recruiting / drawing to? We're gonna look up. I'm just gonna read all the specific comments that center around that mechanic. I mean, like you play this, you draw your second card, straight up. You play this, you draw your second card. That's notable. Also just a 5-drop. Laketown Lookout, white, which is a human scout. It's a 1/1. When it dies, recruit. So it potentially dies into another 1/1. I mean, that reads pretty powerful to me. I think a large question that you have to ask with these cards, right, is you're assuming a lot of value on the 1/1 stat line, right? There's certainly some formats where 1/1 means not much. Second question is how easily you can get rid of this as well, right? If this is just standing around, not attacking well, not blocking well, etc., then it's gets significantly worse. Oh, this is a pronunciation? Oaken Gateway.
Esgaroth.
Esgaroth. Esgaroth? It's loud, sorry. Esgaroth. I know how to say this one. The Lake Town. Esgaroth. Yeah, I'm American. I have a tough time with other languages. That was a warning, I see. It also kind of depends on... Is recruit better or worse than make a 1/1? Depends on the stage in the game. The later you go, the better recruit is. I would say overall it's better. Yeah, overall I would say it's better by a reasonable amount. I don't think it's like that much worse than the developing stages, and I think it's significantly better in the late stages. You know, obviously the longer the game goes on, the less a 1/1 matters. And the more an additional card can matter. We'll take a look if there's any easy way to sack this. The thing is, I know that there's a sacker in black, but, you know, maybe black-white's not a real thing. Funnily enough, like singular commons like Laketown Recruit could suggest quote-unquote non-supported support. Like actual black-white support. We'll see. There's also hybrids in this format because it's a small set. I think Recruit's a decent amount more powerful than Create a 1/1. I also don't think it's obvious that it depends on the stage of the game and the trajectory which that goes. I think that's a pretty fundamentally not obvious thing about Recruit. Because there's some things that are contextual based on the situation, the format, and there's some things that are true based on just like the general trajectory of how Magic the Gathering games go, right? Like removal spells in general don't have like a linear increase in power level as the game goes on. But I think Recruit actually does. Like Recruit's strength actually kind of just goes up very consistently as the game goes on, whereas removal doesn't. So I think there's a big difference between being directly tied to the stage of the game that you're in versus being directly tied to the board state. Ooh, Recruit also definitely gets a lot more powerful if you have stuff to pitch. I know that there's a good blue looking common card draw spell that's really good to pitch. I wonder if there's others. Haven't read through the whole set. Interesting card. Lots of questions to ask about that one. Long Lake Nuisance is 4 mana. For a bird, 3/1 flying when this creature enters Recruit. Okay. Funnily enough, we're putting this to the test, right? If I am claiming that Recruit is meaningfully better than make a 1/1, then this card looks really, really good, right? Oltec Cloud Guard, Lost Caverns of Ixalan, best white common by a decent amount. This card is not that far off from that. This card looks really strong to me, actually. Huh. For a 4-drop? 4-drops kind of need to do a lot to be good. Yeah, this one's really solid. Probably the best one we've seen so far. Patient Instructor, 2 in hybrid, blue-white. The 2/2 with Vigilance when it enters Recruit. Difference between Vigilance and Flying is massive. Flying's like a insane keyword. Vigilance is good on good attackers. 2/2 is not a good attacker. But it is hybrid. So it's actually fairly easy. Like these are all on-demand draw twos. One big hit against Laketown Lookout is that it's not it's not on demand, right? There's a little bit of conditions to draw your second card. But the rest of them do just draw on command, which is pretty dang good. On demand, sorry. Pretty dang good. Let's take a quick brief look at the uncommons. Then I want to kind of take a look at payoffs. Actually, I looked up Recruit, right? So there's nothing that says if you recruit, do X, right? It's mostly when you draw your second card. So we'll have to take a look at that next. So it's nothing about specifically recruiting. I'm not going to read the rares for now. They'll just exist. Celebrate the Mountain King, 3 and a white for an enchantment. When the enchantment enters, for each opponent, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. This enchantment enters Recruit. Super strong. This is just 4 mana removal. And recruiting is really good. Card draw, gaining some life, etc. I don't think we need to talk about this that much. Yeah, it's really strong also when it enters. Yeah, looks pretty good. Sound of Trumpets, 1 blue, instant, counter target spell. That spell's mana value is 2 or less, recruit. This one's not on demand. This one is conditional based on what your opponent does to recruit. Also, specifically for a counter spell, mostly cast on the opponent's turn. It's not going to trigger your second draw, mostly. So this feels like its own thing. Not so much like, wow, I have Sound of Trumpets, therefore I can support my second draw payoffs. Yeah, it gets a little unwieldy, huh? For each opponent every time. The Mountain King's Return, 2 and a white. It's a saga. Chapter 1, recruit. Just recruit. Chapter 2, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Chapter 3, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. That seems solid to me. That seems pretty good. Also, recruiting on demand. Okay, so recruiting on demand is actually pretty easy. Pretty easy. And the cards, for the most part, are solid. Definitely Long Lake Nuisance is the #1 common. That says recruit on it. Probably the hybrid's #2. Then Lake Town Lookout, depending. We'll have to see. Lake Town Lookout might actually be really good. And Escuddles. Escuddles, Garrison. How do I look at draw second card? So the Hobbit. Second card. Is oh, is that it? Is that all we got? Also gets around targeting the opponent for like arena UI reasons. Like clicking on your opponent's face. Okay, so yeah, blue-white signpost uncommon. Bard the Bowman, it's legendary. 1 white, blue, 3 mana for a legendary creature, human archer. It's a 1/3 with reach. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink until end of turn. Wow. Oh, that's true, yeah. Like, not having that wording would just be the exact same. That's actually reads really powerful to me. And it seems pretty easy to draw your second card. With, like, actual high-quality cards, so not bad. Oh, that seems strong to me. Skipping. Lakeshore Apothecary. Okay, this one's a common, so that's actually really important. 1 and a blue for a human cleric. It's a 1/2 with vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So a singular one is a 2/3. Second one is a 3/4. That's actually seems kind of easy. Seems kind of easy. One thing I've noted about 2-drops and the nature of 2-drops is that it actually doesn't really matter if they can trade on curve as much. If you can not dump additional mana into doing nothing and then trade off with it later. So like you play this as a 1/2, it can't block on turn 2. And I've noticed that's fine. As long as the thing you wanted to block can be blocked the following turn without having to just dump mana to not affecting the board, which you could just play like 2/2 Vigilance Recruiter. And it seems pretty solid. Yeah, this card's just pretty good. What's my pack 0 pick 1 for blue? Are we talking about like the same thing? What's the best blue common? I haven't even read the cards yet, so I don't know. I'm not sure. This card seems good. I don't feel like they've made this card a ton. Usually they cost 3 mana, which is significantly different. We'll read this uncommon as well. Masters Counselors. We went over this. 1 and a blue for a human advisor, 1/3 vigilance. This creature gets +2/+0 for each graveyard with 7 more cards in it. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target player's mills 3 cards. This also seems pretty easy to do and also kind of deadly. It's kind of funny when I think about this type of effect, right? Yeah, gosh, it really shows the difference between 2 and 3 mana. Like completely massive. They serve fairly different roles, I guess, in the draft. For the fact that like you can have pretty much the same text, even give it worse stats, and then this one's like, yeah, this is pretty solid. versus the other ones were like, wow, that's actual garbage. Okay, so there are some payoffs. Some. Is there anything else that cares about recruiting? Okay, Moment of Glory has flashback, so this is a good one to recruit away. White for sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. If the spell is cast in the graveyard, also put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. So it's 5 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures. It does not give 2 +1/+1 counters to one creature. Oh. Well, it feels kind of weak. Even if white goes wide fairly easily, it's like, I don't know, 5 mana for +1/+1 counter to everyone. It's pretty slow. I guess for 6 mana, you can add 2 +1/+1 counters on one thing. Certainly don't really want to overload on this. What would make this good? If white was like just like really aggressive, gets a lot better with evasion. +1/+1 counters are worn by high toughness creatures much better than low toughness creatures. Because usually low toughness creatures, it doesn't really change the trade that much, whether or not they deal an additional point of damage. But it changes combat math significantly if it's on a high toughness creature. Right? For example, a 4/2 still trades with the bear. But a 2/4 blocks a lot more than a 1/3 does. That's kind of consistent with like a flying base beatdown plan, right? Plunder the Trollshaws. 1 and a blue for an instant. Draw a card. If the spell is cast from the graveyard, draw 2 cards instead. Has flashback, 3 and a blue. I mean, that just seems really strong. This seems like the best. No. Bard is probably still the best payoff for recruiting. Probably second best. I mean, that's really good. Yeah, why not? That's just a really good card. If you discarded a land this way, whenever land you control enters, you may pay 1 and really slow. Sorry, let's read this. Sylvan Reveler, 2 green, blue, 4 mana for an elf citizen. 3/2. Whenever this creature enters, draw a card, then discard a card. Also, kind of like recruiting. If you discard a land this way, put it from your graveyard into the battlefield tapped. Then landfall, whenever a land you control enters, you may pay 1 green, blue. So 3 mana. If you do, return this card from the graveyard to your hand. So it's like 7 mana to get it back on the battlefield. I mean, you can technically recruit this away. Blue 3/1 bird / hybrid 2/2 vigilance in blue. That's like a thing. It's just not particularly strong. Just because it's so expensive. Okay, I would consider that like minor synergy there. Is that it? Okay, so like the most powerful thing to be doing at low rarities is like pitching Plunder the Trollshaws, triggering a 2-drop, triggering Bard. It's like 2 commons and an uncommon, none in white? Why does white care about recruiting? We're still trying to answer this question. I'm gonna just do a quick skim through white cards and see if any of them actually care about recruiting. Besides the +1/+1 counter one? During story. Equipment. Flyers. I mean, maybe something that like specifically incentivizes going wide. If you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. Ah, that's one that I missed. At the beginning of combat in your turn, sorry, Lake Town Toymaker, 3 and a white for a creature, human artificer. It's a 3/4. At the beginning of combat in your turn, if you draw 2 or more cards this turn, another target creature you control gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. That's quite the beating. Only works when you're comfortable attacking. That also works well with recruit tokens, right? Because that's a way for recruit 1/1 to be much more relevant in the late game. Like significantly more relevant. It's much harder. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what that means. I actually have no idea. It kind of gets appended whenever you do an advanced search. And I could Google it, but I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, so I get Lake Town Toymaker. I get it. It's one of these that kind of asks kind of a lot from you. Right? You have to get the condition to then buff your creature. You have to have the creature descend in the first place. Is this another? So it doesn't even pump itself. And then you have to not be behind enough to actually be okay with attacking. So I wouldn't call this to be like a card that I'm like, wow, I'm like doing it because I have like 3 Lake Town Toymakers. I'm like truly, my recruits are incredible. But then recruit is also a mechanic that pays itself off, right? Because it tugs at something that's already fundamentally very good in limited. So recruit, like a quote unquote recruit deck, doesn't really need a payoff. And Wizard seems to be aware of that because the payoffs for it seem to be, not super absurd. Nothing. Hello, bubbers. Hope your trip went well. Nothing about the recruit payoffs makes me think that, oh wow, I'm like super. I'll pick up every single recruit card because I have this card. It might just be that you pick up recruit cards anyway because they're just the best cards, just on their own. I think that's very possible. So Moment of Glory cares about the graveyard. Is that it? Wharf. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so light. Kind of light-ish on the payoffs. Compare recruit to explore. Recruit is significantly stronger than explore. Significantly, I would say. They both have a chance to impact stats on the board, right? But you have a lot more control over recruit. Like the likelihood of, if you really want to, if that's all that mattered to you, the likelihood of making a 1/1 off recruit is significantly higher than getting up a counter off explore. Usually. Even in the late game, it's a lot stronger, right? It's like it's really easy to hold a land, go up a card no matter what. That card is probably worth more than a 1/1 when you can cast both in the same turn. The recruit card plus the card you draw. Recruit is a really strong mechanic. It's very, very, very strong. I think the chance to hit an additional land drop when you drop a creature on curve is probably like the only time where Explorer looks better. So Explorer is a mechanic that's like fine in the late game, but also pretty strong in the early game, I would say. Quite good. Recruit is fairly strong in the early game, but also just much stronger in the late game. But I would say on average, Recruit is just better. We're comparing it to just always making a 1/1 as well, and I think Recruit is just better than making a 1/1. Which makes me think that the flyer is actually really good. The 4 mana blue flyer, 3/1, that recruits on ETB, on enters. So that is blue-white. I just wanted to take a general look about what blue-white was doing. In summary, the payoffs don't seem that intense for blue-white drawing two / utilizing the graveyard / wanting recruit. However, recruit as a mechanic doesn't really need it because it's just inherently quite good. You heard white rares. I haven't read any of them. I've read some of them, I guess. We could do a funsies thing. I'll just skim it. Skim some rares. Unexpected party. So this is 4 mana. Hey, congratulations to moving to your new place. Or sorry that happened to you. I don't know the circumstances of your move. I hope it was a positive move. And I hope you like your place. So 4 mana enchantment. At the door, you make a bunch of tokens. That's true. I can exclude the rares. Hey, nice. This card seems very good. Especially because dwarves are like a central theme. Unexpected party is nuts. Yeah, the second time. Rotober just asked that as well. I have no idea. The answer is I don't know. Should we look it up? I'll look it up. What colors to force? So I've looked at some blue-white cards, so I think you should do blue-white. Returning to uni to finish your masters after a 3-year disability leave. Oh, that's very good. Well, not the disability leave, but the coming back. Black, red, and masked goblins. Oh, I see. I'm sorry Google didn't assist you. Prefer X effects which version of a card you're being shown, but doesn't say what best means. Yeah, weird. Okay, I have no idea. Bolg of the North, 3 in black, red, 5 mana total for a legendary creature, goblin soldier. Actually, before we go on, I should probably get water. I need to take a break. I'll be right back. Water time for me.
This part or like
Yep. Yep. Whew, alrighty then. I was reading Red Black. Bolg of the North, 3. Black red, 5 mana total for legendary creature. Goblin Soldier, it's a 5/5. When Bolg enters, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, Bolg deals damage equal to that creature's power to another target creature. If excess damage was dealt this way, amass Goblin's X, where X is that excess damage. That seems really strong. Hey, Lukash. Wow, it's attached to a 5/5 as well. That's really good. That's super strong. Okay. Equal to its power, so like high power, low toughness. Also like kind of overlaps with ferocious and black. Here's some Goblin Pair. 2 hybrid black red. 3 mana total for a Goblin Soldier. It's a 1/1. When this creature dies, amass Goblins 4. Oh, that's kind of big. Just a 1/1. Pretty crappy attacker, puts on basically 0 pressure, so it's more like a synergy piece than it is just a straight up good curve out tool. So how easy is it to kill Fearsome Goblin Pair? Question we have to ask. Things that sacrifice. I know that there's, I believe, there's a common red 3-drop, and then there's a black 1 mana kill spell. It also does discourage attacking, yeah. And Goblin Plate Mail. 1 hybrid black-red for artifact equipment. When this equipment enters, amass Goblins 1, then attach this equipment to the amassed army. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has menace. What? Oh. This is a 2 mana 2/1 menace. Oh. Hey, it's the 4. Greetings. Wait, can I shout out? Wait, why is my shout out not working? Shout out to 4. Shout out. Do I have to tag you? Why is my shout out dead? Wait, is it supposed to be dash? Oh, so it's supposed to be / shout out. That's why. Did I do it? I did. Oh gosh, I forgot how to stream. 4 days of no streaming and I completely forget everything about streaming. Yeah, thank you. It's too long. Howdy, howdy. I'm reading Hobbit cards. I haven't read the whole set yet. I honestly haven't. Oh yeah, this also just if you have an amass token, this just gives it menace immediately. It's funny, amass is kind of interesting a lot of times, especially like let's say you suspect your opponent just has a removal spell. You'd probably just prefer to make an additional 1/1, but you don't have that choice. There's a lot of interesting overlap, right? Sacrificing artifacts. Having an additional artifact for storied, which is primarily around red-white. This seems really, really powerful to me. I'm going to look up goblins as well. Actually, let's just read it. Sorry, let's look up amass first. Let's take a look at the commons specifically that amass. So 4 of them. Exactly the same as blue-white. I wonder if all of them. I wonder if there's going to be like 4 ferocious type cards. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to search for that. We'll figure it out. I wonder if they're calling it goblins instead of orcs now because it's standard legal. I think they're calling it goblins because they're goblins in The Hobbit. Are there any orcs in The Hobbit? Or are they all just goblins? I feel like they're like legitimately goblins. No, there's definitely orcs in The Hobbit, right? There's definitely orcs in The Hobbit. Like, yeah. There's orcs. Okay, there are orcs. It's worth noting that this card technically works with the non-red-black theme. The non-red-black theme. Non-black-red theme because it's an artifact for story. It doesn't really work with ferocious. A mass might work okay with ferocious. Rage into the Valley is just Phyrexian. Oh gosh, I'm losing my boomer license. I forgot the name of the card. Phyrexian. Wow. Rager, yeah. Okay, me and Defor both lost our boomer licenses. Although Defor got a lot closer than I did. I couldn't even find the R. That's true. The secret, you've got it. The secret to long life is to, first of all, have your boomer license revoked over and over again, which involves forgetting information you used to know from a long time ago, right? So you can't say back in my day because you can't even remember it. That means you're hip and young, right? That means your brain is very elastic and fresh. I'm pretty sure that's what forgetting information you used to know means. Goblins are orcs? Really? Are there no real goblins in the in the Tolkien universe? Wow. I didn't know that. Sorry, I haven't read this. I mean, there could be a mana war. I don't know. It might not bounce tokens, right? Because Justice wouldn't kill mass tokens. Justice Vance, although Justice Vance was probably a mistake, is too strong. There are words from different languages. Goblin is the common parlance, and orcs is the elvish word. Oh. It's funny that when you say orc, like in modern language, it usually comes with like, you want to put on your like a really big underbite and go like orc schmork. You want to say it in a really kind of dopey way. But then like elves are supposed to be like this really graceful race. So they're saying all these like graceful words and stuff, and all of a sudden they're just like orc. You can have zombie, orc, and goblin mass army on the battlefield at the same time. Huh. I wonder if that helps construct it at all. Probably not. Oh, that card removes armies? Rip. That's kind of rough, actually. You saw a meme where imagine auditioning for The Hobbit as an elf and you get a goblin instead. Hold on, I'm going to read Goblin Town Flunkies. This is 2-drop. Goblin Soldier 1/1 haste. When it enters a mass, goblins 1. Wow, that's good. Okay. So the enablers are actually really good, right? Goblin Plate Mail is good. Flunkies is good. So like it's easy to have good cards and get an amass token going, if that means anything. Rage into the Valley is a 3-drop, 3 and a black. So sorcery, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Amass goblins 2 also seems like a really solid, totally not embarrassing card. So that's 3 really solid commons that I'm happy to put in my deck that amass. So like getting amass is pretty easy. We'll see what the payoffs are. I don't know what they are yet. Tidings of War, sorcery. Amass goblins 1 if the spell is cast from a graveyard. Amass goblins 3 instead. Oh, that's pretty good. Whoa. That's also solid. Flashback 3 and a red. That's not bad. I honestly I saw red 1-drop and I thought it was going to be an unplayable like combat trick or something. Hiding's joke is with recruit as well, which works with exactly red white. Yeah, that's something. This is with rummaging as well, yeah. I don't know what rummage is in the set. Seems pretty good. Yeah, it's very interesting to play with a mass, like to be able to. I guess you don't really have a choice, so maybe interesting's not the right word, but there's certainly some downsides of being forced to amass onto the same card. Having a choice would be incredible, right? Super duper strong. Not having a choice is different, and sometimes doesn't work out in your favor. There's also a common 2-drop that's solid in red. All right, let's look at things that care about goblins. Oh, so the lands care about the creature type, right? So blue-white, I think, is humans. So the blue-white land, I'm guessing, sacks. So enters tapped. You can pay 5, sack the land, put 2 counters on target goblin or orc. Okay. Sure. Funnily enough, I feel like that's way better for humans than it is for goblins because, I don't know, putting additional counters on your amass token doesn't feel great. Putting 2 counters on a 1/1 feels pretty great to make it relevant. You think in this set, best case for a mass is to sack them over and over. Obviously, this won't always line up as you want it to. I mean, even at common, giving menace to like a large creature is like pretty solid, right? Hello, Empathosaurus. Oh, is that it? Oh, sorry. Let's get rid of this. That's just a mass. That's just a mass. Has nothing. That's just a mass. That's just, oh my gosh, there's so much of mass. Oh, but there's no actual goblin payoffs except the land. The set cheat card that Wizards put out said it's like black red amass goblins, right? But like, you don't care about goblins? Like at all? Does anything care about goblins? Oh, this one does, along the crooked way. That doesn't care about goblins. That cares about goblins marginally. So we don't really care about goblins. So it's just amassing. This doesn't care about goblins. That cares about goblins. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Okay, so what's the actual payoff for a mass? How do I do this? How do I get red or black cards? Because like a mass isn't technically a mechanic that is just good on its own. Like recruit, I think is just good on its own. A mass, I think, kind of sort of needs something to do with it, as Bash Bob said before, either repeatedly sacking small amass triggers, or some way to make a vanilla creature a little bit more exciting. Yeah, that's why the mass cards seem really good. So maybe that's how they made up for it. Oh, I didn't read the uncommons that amassed. Let's read some uncommons that amassed. Bothersome Noisemaker, 1 in a red for creature goblin bard. It's a 2/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, amass goblins 1. That is a way to repeatedly get fodder. Hobbiton. There are a couple cards that give menace or trample for your creatures +1/+1 counter them on them, tokens or goblins. Okay. Or had some stuff that buffed your armies. We don't have anything like that here. I mean, that's certainly a way to utilize sacrificing. I'll look up sac effects after this. Down to Goblin Town. So this is a 3-mana saga, chapter 1. Target opponent reveals hand, choose non-land from it. That player discards that card. Okay. 2 amass goblins, 1. Okay. Chapter 3 and 4. Target player loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. This card's really good. That's a nice one. Neato. I don't see this card being bad. This card seems really good to me. Pattering. Think of the 4 months of subbing. Happy Bezos Bucks Day. Yeah, why? That's weird. That's very strange. Gathering of Darkness. 3 and a black. Sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Amass Goblins 3. That's really good too. Are there any bad amassers? Every single amass card has been good. Great ugly looking goblin. 5 and a black, so 6 mana, but it also has adventure. Flap Snap. 1 and a black for a sorcery adventure, Amass Goblins 2. So it's a 2-drop, 2 mana 2/2. Also can't return it with the Mirkwood. If there's a blue card that returns instants and sorceries from graveyard to hand, maybe there's something there. Maybe, possibly. To support like an off color pair. Each creature you control with the +1/+1 counter on it has menace. So this is like actual army support. I'm convinced that's solid. Like, none of them seem bad to me. Seems like a pretty cuttable card, the 1-drop. Although I guess I said I'd be happy putting them on the deck on their own as my, and I guess on its own, that's probably one of the weaker cards. Is there anything on that level? Fearsome Goblin Pair is not actually, it's okay, it's borderline. Noisemaker obviously needs a little bit of help. Yeah, I guess the 1-drop might be one of the weaker ones. Pretty good at this Noisemaker though. So 6 mana 4/4, but a 2 mana 2/2. I mean, that's really good, filling in multiple spots in the curve. Even if the 6-drop is not good, it's still stats. Strong. Misty Mountains Raider. It's a 5-drop. 4 and a red. Or 4/4. Whenever you attack, Amass Goblins 2. Ooh, okay, yeah, that's quite good. Specifically, this doesn't have to attack. It can be anything. Your 4-drop attacks, you make a 2/2. Your army attacks, it gets +2/+2. Every turn. That's pretty snowbally. That's really good card. Really good card. Okay, most of the amass cards are really strong, if not passable. Like, even the 1-drop that has flashback, I think is still a passable Magic card. None of them are like, wow, this card really needs like some good support in order for this to be, for me to put it in my deck. Like, you know, if the draft goes not the best and you end up putting the 1-drop amasser into your deck without like anything that's quote unquote good with it, that's fine. I don't think you're that embarrassed by that. I mean, gee, black-red seems quite strong. So Bolg of the North is really good. This I'm looking for Sax Energies. I'm gonna skip that card. Skip Giant's Boulder. Golem the Abandoned. 1 in a black for a legendary creature, Halfling Horror. It's a 2/2, can't block. Golem enters, exile up to 1 target card from an opponent's graveyard. Each opponent loses 2 life. 2 mana, sack an artifact or creature. Return this card from graveyard to your hand. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh, weird. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a pretty interesting line of text. The first one being can't block is very bad. And it doesn't actually attack that well. Is this even a good sack outlet? But there's enough text on this card where it makes me kind of raise an eyebrow at it. I mean, ETB lose 2 life is nothing to sneeze at. But the fact that it has actually really bad attacks afterwards without help, pretty poor. Basically, if I had like a couple golems, I wouldn't say I'm doing it in terms of like sacking armies. I don't think I'm happy sacking cheap armies to this. I don't love that. Snowslope Hunter. It's an uncommon. Yeah, it is an uncommon. 2 in a red for 3 mana for Goblin Ranger. It's a 2/3 with no reach. Sacrifice another artifact or creature. Exile top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. Activate only during your turn and activate only once. Oh yeah, Golem Observer equipment. You're right. Oh, it could be carrying anything. That's a good point. It's probably a little bit better because of that. There's enough cheap amass support. So like, yeah, I don't want to be sacking my 3/3 army for Snowslope Hunter. But like 1/1 and 2/2? That's much more palatable. That seems kind of strong. No mana. Yeah, kind of interesting where this would end up. I'm kind of only looking at this because the amass cards seem good. And the cheap amass cards seem good. Rather, the small ball amass cards seem good. But it doesn't strike me as a good card on its own. If it was instant speed, that's a lot better. Yeah, but I think synergy-wise, this could be quite good. Okay, that's like if you had a couple Snowslope Hunters, then you'd be like, now I'm cooking with cheap amass. I could see that. Stirrup Trouble. Black for sorcery. Additional cost to cast, sacrifice an artifact or creature, or pay 4, destroy target creature. Yeah, that's good. That's something that can utilize cheap amass. Notably the yeah, so there's a Virus Beetle Goblin, and there's also the 2 mana red 1/1 haste amass 1. Both sides of them, not just the amass token, are quite good to sacrifice. Both sides of them are good to sacrifice, so both those cards seem quite good. Black red seems strong to me, like just very strong. So we'll see. It all seems to work quite well together, and the cards are pretty reasonable on their own. Is that it in terms of sacrificing? That's it. Yeah, so at common there's only 1. Am I wrong? Okay, I mean, amassing seems... I'm not sure if I say well supported, but it just seems like the card quality is just there. Yeah, you're recruiting you're basically recruiting tokens in order to feed them to literally anything. Rough life, huh? Oh, that's just a B. Great Fierce B. Because that cares about things dying. Okay. Yeah, there's some pretty powerful things going on with amassing here. There are a lot of wolves in the set, huh? Being like a central theme, this is the Tony Voice Goblins is the virus beetle of the set. I mean, I love bees. Bees are great. Bees are absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to take a look at the other set mechanics. I'm only through 2 right now. I'm already like an hour into the stream or something. Green, black, ferocious. And wolves. Whoa, there's a lot more for ferocious maybe. Or hold on. It's because I'm... Oh, there's only 2 ferocious? At common? That's significantly less, but I guess it's a fundamentally different type of mechanic. Maybe more so we should... Actually, ferocious is the payoff. We should be looking at power 4 or greater at common within these colors. But we'll read the ferocious cards first. But first the break. I'll be back. Maybe as sets go on and more get added, Dominaria will balance out a little bit. All right, I'm gonna continue reading. So only two ferocious cards are common. Ravening, like ravenous. I'm guessing ravening warg. So it's a 2-drop, 1 in a black for death touch, 2/2 ferocious. Whenever this creature attacks, while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you gain 2 life. That's a good 2-drop. Okay, that's a solid payoff. It doesn't make like a whole deck, but that's a solid payoff. Wargling, 1 in a green for a 2/2. Whenever this creature attacks, while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, until end of turn, this creature gets +1/+0, and creatures you control gain trample. Yeah, that's right. We only get like 3 sets a year for new cards, new planes, new lands. So whenever you attack, it kind of anthems your team, gains trample. Could be solid. That's a common? Oh, that doesn't read like a common. I mean, it's not like that strong, but the effect feels not common. I don't think it's like that good, but if you have 2 of these, they stack? They don't trigger themselves, obviously. But if you have like a 4/2 and 2 of these, then the 4/2 attacks is a 6/2. I was mostly thinking about the 2026 year or 2027 year, which it's 3 and 3, I think. Universes Beyond versus Universes Within. We have Titan Breach, Zhalfir, Noctis, and then 3 Universes Beyond. I think this year was like 4 and 3 or something, in favor of Universes Beyond or something. Or maybe it was 4 and 3 in favor of Universes Within. I don't remember. No, it's definitely 4. Okay, so Turtles, Marvel, Hobbit, Star Trek. So 4 in favor of Universes Beyond. 3 in Universes Within, which is Strixhaven, Lorwyn, Fracture. Okay. Yeah, so this year, Universes Beyond won the territory war. Next year, it's even. But don't worry, Universes Beyond lovers. 2028, there's still a chance for all 6 or 7 sets to be Universes Beyond. Does anyone have predictions for 2027 titles for Universes Beyond? Kind of funny seeing people's speculations / like kind of dredge up like legal evidence. Voltron, okay. Zelda, how do you think is the turnaround fast enough for a Zelda set next year? You're pretty sure we're finally getting a full My Little Pony set? They could probably do it. I think there's ironically enough there to make a full My Little Pony set. When Universes Beyond was first announced, you were joking that you'd have SpongeBob versus Predator in Standard. Somehow the reality is much worse. WoW with the D&D set coming out. How fast do you think they can crank out the set? Like they just got the license, or no, they got WoW license a while ago, right? Because they already made the D&D product. So next year might be, they could have a Blizzard thing next year, as soon as next year, right? Well, My Little Pony is very fantasy based, like very much so. Like they have minotaurs and hippogriffs and stuff. Like My Little Pony is like full fantasy universe. So like I think it would fit way better than Star Trek, or you know, because some people have issues with like the Star Trek like I guess flavor. Or it would fit better than like Spider-Man. Just use AI to convert the Hearthstone cards. They could just port cards. They could into Magic. I wonder how people would feel about that. Because you would. Oh, is that smart? I know we're going off topic here. I wonder if that's just like really smart to like actually just port cards over. Because then you get like curious Hearthstone players. I'm not saying I'd like it. I would probably like it anyway, but White House would work well for sure. No, Warhammer. Ah. Yeah, full Fallout, full Warhammer. I could see that. How do I search for power? I think I'm just gonna scroll and just see how many things enable Ferocious. So that doesn't do it. I kind of want like cheaper cards. Like mana value less than 5, maybe. I can't really search for power 4 or greater because there's some things that add counters onto things in themselves, I know, that also count as power 4 or greater. What is Old World? Golem counts, I guess. Like, Meager Meal can help with Ferocious. Like, this card could be okay-ish for Ferocious. Golem Silent Slinker. It's a 4-drop. It's a 4/3 with Menace, but also has Adventure, Meager Meal. 1 mana, put a +1/+1 counter to target creature. So if something has 3 power, you can instantly boost it for on the cheap to 4 power. It certainly wasn't a standard legal set for 40k. Oh, Old World is for Warhammer Fantasy. Ah. Old World just means fantasy setting Warhammer before they nuked it. Wait. Old setting came first before like Space Marines? Is that true? So you had like a fantasy setting before you had like, you know, tanks and stuff? I don't know much about Warhammer. Wow, really? Fascinating. I didn't know that. I assume Space Marines were first. If that creature's a bear, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Untap another target creature, so it can't put a counter on itself. That's weird. Huh. I don't know how much this can help with Ferocious. Little Bear, 2 green, 3 mana for a 3/2 flash. When this enters, untap another target creature you control. If that creature is a bear, put a +1/+1 counter. What kind of bears don't already have 4 power? I'm looking this up. Hold on, I shouldn't have scrolled that fast. I'm doing it again though, just to punish people. If you have 2 of them, yeah. You need another little bear, because all the other bears have greater than 4 power, right? The 2 little bears helps with Ferocious. Seems like a stretch. Ordinary bear is ferocious enough, 4-drop. A mask can help with. A mask can be pretty good at ferocious. Just 2 amass things, all of a sudden you're probably ferocious. Work tactics can technically help, but you're probably not using this proactively. It's a very minor benefit. Equipments can help with ferocious. Any equipments whatsoever. There's a 3-drop creature that can get to 4, but it has to pick something up. Okay. Your favorite faction in Warhammer, Wood Elves. Ha, Wood Elves. Would work so well with Golgari Elves. Hey, look, I mean, it's right here. Wood Elf. Talk about a boomer card. Wait, that's it? That's all the uncommons and commons? That's not a lot. Oh, it's missing the hybrids. I feel like the blue black, or the blue green and the black green hybrids also can get 4 power on the cheap, right? How can I search for hybrids? Duskwatch Hunter. 2, hybrid Golgari, so 3 mana. It's a 3/1. Can't be blocked by tokens. When this enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. That's a 3 mana 4 power creature. Mirkwood Nurturer. It's also 3 mana. This is the Simic one. It's a 3/2. When this creature enters, return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hand. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That could also be a 4 powered 3-drop, but that's a lot more on the sketchy side. That's more of a 4-drop than it is a 3-drop. Depending. And like, okay, so if you're bouncing your 2-drop or your 1-drop, or specifically if you're bouncing your 2-drop, it's not what I want for Ferocious enabling. It's more of like a value pickup, right? So like, I'm not saying you're never going to bounce your 2-drop, but it doesn't feel like something that counts for the like curving out with Ferocious. Yeah, so there's like a fair amount of things to do with this. Just not like wolf curve out with it. Okay. Let's look at the uncommon cards payoffs for Ferocious. What was the condition for the black-green hybrid when it enters? Put a +1/+1 counter. You can also bounce Sagas. That's cool. Nasty Little Rabbit. Gosh, I love these names. I like the names of the creatures. I actually like them a lot. Nasty Little Rabbit. Old Fat Spider. Just brilliant names. Anyway, this is a 1-drop. It's a 1/2 at the beginning of combat in your turn. If you control a creature with power 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on this. That's very strong. See, that's like a Ferocious deck. You know, couple Nasty Little Rabbits. Now you're like, I really want to be doing this. Nasty Little Rabbit will probably play out way better than Horn Beetle, specifically because Horn Beetle had a tough time trading in the early game anyway. Not because it couldn't. I mean, it could, and that's probably like that's a big draw of it versus Nasty Little Rabbit, which cannot. But you typically avoided it if you could, and at the stage of the game where you're just thinking about trading off your 2-drop, you generally don't because it's a little too soon to tell if your opponent's like really putting on the pressure a lot of the time. Don't say it's 3 counters on it, then it starts triggering itself. I mean, why is Nasty Little Rabbit just like gonna take over Middle Earth? Like, why is that? Like that's always the funniest things about Magic, right? Like, you turn around, you ignore the rabbit. Like, okay, in chapter 1 of The Hobbit, a rabbit steals a carrot, right? And it's cute and stuff. And then in chapter like 17 of Return of the King, it comes back with like biceps larger than trolls and just like smashes down the tower of Sauron, like with just sheer muscles. If Magic mechanics dictated the story of Lord of the Rings, you know? Like, there'd just be like this big Moomakill, and then like 3 times the size of the Moomakill would be Nasty Little Rabbit by that point. It doesn't stop either. It just keeps getting bigger, right? And if you consider the amassed tokens being like a larger, like the flavor of it, it's getting a larger army, right? So the army of orcs that marched upon Minas Tirith or whatever, I don't know how to say it, you know, in Return of the King is probably, I don't know, like what? That's a huge army. So it's like, what, a 15-15 or something? Nasty Little Rabbit at that point would just be bigger than that. It's the entire army soloed by a rabbit. Oh, this is a 1-drop. Night Howl. Oh, 2 1-drops. Wow. Night Howl Pursuer. By the way, 2 1-drops completely changes the scope of what I was saying about the Simic hybrid, right? Because now we have 2 1-drops, which means you can play a utility 2-drop and bounce it. on curve for your Simic 3-drop. And that will probably feel really good. Unless this card stinks. Hold on, I should read it. So black for a wolf, it's a 1/1 with menace. Whenever this creature attacks where you control a creature power 4 or greater, this creature gets +2/+2 at a turn. All right, that's fine. That's pretty good. One rabbit beats 15 squirrels. The Chief Warg. Is that what it's called in the book? The Chief Warg? Or does it just not have a name? There's one warg that's especially like menacing. That's true, yeah. They'll appear more often. 2 black, green, 4 mana total for a legendary wolf. It's a 3/3 with menace. Whenever you attack while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. So anything can attack, not just this. But otherwise, it's a 4 mana 3/3 menace. That's fine. Nothing great. Stats are kind of bad. Payoffs? But losing 1 life is actually kind of challenging for this one. Because it just puts an additional hurdle on being able to attack with a creature to begin with, which is always like a hoop to jump through, and now the hoop gets much smaller because losing 1 life means that the number of times you can reasonably attack gets smaller. But there are a fair amount of things on turn, like for example, right? We can hate on 4 mana 3/3 all we want, but like it's pretty reasonable to play a 3-drop that's 4 power and then just attack immediately after this and feel pretty good. You know? I think a lot of this depends on your turn 3 play. It seems fine to me. Seems fine, right? This is a card where if it the real quality of the card will be judged based on in the really ugly games, right? How good it is in those kind of scrappy ugly games. If it's doing its thing, it'll look good, right? If it does its thing, it'll look good. PPR is pre-release, a event sponsored, I believe, by WotC, run by Loading Ready Run, where they get the set like 1 week or something before pre-release, and they play like sealed with 4 people or something. I don't know. I haven't watched it in a while. Eight people? Do they still invite like people? Like content creators and stuff? Wilderland Scrounger. 4 and a green, 5 mana for a 3/6. Whenever the creature attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So black green is like pretty aggressive, isn't it? Every single ferocious card is attack trigger, attack trigger, attack trigger. Every single one. No, just kidding. The rabbit isn't. The wargs want to attack. The rabbit does not. And the rabbit will be bigger in the end. Usually yes, but no guests on this one since it clashed with Gen Con and some other events. Every single Magic content creator is at Gen Con. You're right. Thanks. I'm just kidding. There's no early access for this event either, which I'm obviously super bummed out by. It's hard to imagine my life without being in early access for Magic the Gathering Arena. My life will never be the same. Yeah, Magic Online had a early access for Standard, I think. You know, you didn't see it. Wait, what do you mean you didn't see any stream? What's the point of early access? You didn't see any streamer do it? I doubt that. Really? None? What's the point of early access? YouTube? I think the concept of early access is very weird to me in general. Which the fact that I keep saying that might contribute to the reason why I'm not invited. I see. Do you watch standard like constructed streamers? Like, it requires attacking first. At least it has high toughness. Each creature you control, though, that's pretty feast or famine, right? Either you play this and it dies to like a 1 mana, 2 mana removal spell, 3 mana removal spell, or you snowball pretty hard because it puts a counter on itself too. I see. If you're mostly following limited players, I could see not catching standards early access. Even if you do follow some people who sometimes engage in standard. Okay, so it's mostly all attacking. So black-green actually looks quite aggressive to me. I'm still trying to go through these format overview, archetype overview. Red-white storied. So storied says if you control 3 or more artifact, legendaries, and or sagas, you have an enduring story for the rest of the game. So as soon as state-based actions checks that you have 3 of them, you just are storied for the rest of the game. Doesn't even matter if they die. So Oin, the Brave, 1 in a red for 2 mana, 1/3. As long as you have an enduring story, Oin gets +1/+0 and has haste. 1, tap, discard a card, just draw a card. Ah, this must be the Rummager that Defour is talking about, which is actually quite good at rummaging away the mass flashback card. Cool. In red specifically, there's also the counter adding white card that I'm not a huge believer in me. Legendary has certainly lost its mythos, for sure. Absolutely. I used to see Legendary and be like, oh, this is like a really cool character. When I first started playing Magic, that was like one of the things that stood out to me. Specifically, I started playing Magic in Shards of Alara, and they had this mythic cycle of like huge dragon, etc. But they weren't legendary, right? So I'm like, wow, if these cards aren't legendary, but these cards are like super cool and impactful, these mythics. Legendary creatures were like, these are like significant for this world that's going on. And seeing them at lower rarities is kind of weird. A little weird to me. Also, the gameplay on Legends at Common is pretty bad. You know, we saw that with Spider-Man. One of the reasons Spider-Man felt bad was a lot to do with Common Legends. And like, you want Zan, you're probably going to play your second Zan, but like having second Zan just feels bad and there's just nothing you can do about it. Except like try to aggressively trade off. Just felt not good. Felt pretty bad. If you have an artifact and play a second Oin, I'm not sure if you get storied or not. That's a great question. That's a great question. Let's answer that right now. Hobbit release notes. I'm sure that will be in the Hobbit release notes. Keyword storied. Once you have an enduring story, you have it for the rest of the game, even if you could lose control of some or all of your storied permanents. The enduring story designation is on the player, can't be removed. Sure. A permanent is any object on the battlefield. Okay, sure. A single permanent can only count once towards the 3 legendary saga and or artifact permanents needed to get an enduring story, even if it has more than one of those qualities. Sure. If you control 3 legendary saga and or artifact permanents, second to last. If your third legendary saga or artifact permanent enters the battlefield and one of those permanents leaves the battlefield immediately afterwards, most likely due to the legend rule or due to being a creature at 0 toughness, you get an enduring story before it leaves the battlefield. Okay, so you do. So if you play second Oin, and that's your third thing for storied, you get storied. So you can cast it, you'll die, but you still get storied. Thank you. I mean, that's a lot of text on a common. That's pretty good common. Also, I like this because it can filter out additional legends. So this one doesn't actually really have an issue with cards getting stuck in your hand. I mean, it does, but it's not that bad because you can rummage it away. Not that bad. I wouldn't call this like a payoff, right? I'm not like, I want this. This helps. This simultaneously is a quote unquote payoff and an enabler because it's legendary, but it also gets a small boost from being storied. And at the same time, it's like, it's minor. It's very minor. An emblem, but an alternative way to get emblems. Kind of, if the emblem only said to do nothing except to enable something. Like the emblem doesn't give you anything inherently. City's Blessing was not broken because the City's Blessings cards were not broken. There's nothing like inherently broken about the mechanic. It kind of just depends on what cards come with it. Were any City's Blessing cards played in Constructed? I feel like I played City's Blessing in Constructed at some point. Yeah, because the payoff's like nothing. The payoff's nothing burger. I mean, you can interact with the card. You can kill Oin. Ah, Ocelot Pride, you're right. No, you're right. Ocelot Pride. Ocelot Pride is busted in half. I can't really do much about that, yeah. They're just on for the rest of the game. Mono white with Blessing? Yeah, maybe, huh? Oh yeah, Archer Vraska. I've played Archer Vraska before, I think in Constructed. I think. Or maybe I played against people with Archer Vraska. I certainly saw it on the other side of the table playing Constructed. Ori, Keeper of Songs. 3 and a white, 3 mana for Legendary Dwarf Bard. It's a 3/3 with Storied. As long as you have an Enduring Story, get +1/+0 and has Vigilance. Also, kind of a nothing burger payoff. Yeah, this card doesn't seem that good. Huh. It's funny because we've been kind of looking at the set mechanics for each color combination, and the cards have been, honestly speaking, kind of bangers. And this is like one of the worst ones. This is like one of the worst cards I've read all day. It's just not very good. Huh. Okay. What? That's it? Oh, no. I just skipped the... I skipped the ones. Let's read the uncommons now. Beefer. That's probably not how you say that. Bifer or something. 4 hybrid Boros, so it's like 6 mana total. So it's a storied 4/5. Whenever enters or attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. As long as you have an enduring story, if an ability of a dwarf you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Beefer. Beefer. Okay, every single time someone says Beefer in chat, I'll say Beefer. That's just the new rule. Huh. If you double trigger on turn 6, that's already a nice ETB. Beefer. That's pretty good. Dwarves? I guess we have to look up dwarves now. Beefer. Beaver. Beefer. Bomber. Gentle Dreamer. I mean, this card seems actually kind of worth for a 6-drop pussy. Bomber, Gentle Dreamer, 2 and a red for 3 mana, legendary creature, Dwarf Bard. It's a 5/3. All of these are legends, huh? Is every single storied card a legend? Beefer. We'll see if red-white wants to be aggressive. So far, none of the cards to me seem particularly aggressive. Like wargs are obviously aggressive. Beefer. Wargs are obviously aggressive. because like all the payoffs care about attacking, right? Like all the warg ferocious cards care about attacking. Beefer. Bomber doesn't untap unless during your untap step, unless you have an enduring story. Okay, so it's a 3-drop. This is ferocious enabler. So it can attack once. That's weird. None of these cards are that exciting. Huh. Beefer. Dane, Lord of the Iron Hills, 1 and a white for legendary creature, Dwarf Noble. It's a 2/2. Vigilance, storied. I don't like Bomber either. You figure out how the things for keywords. Hey, I'll come out and talk to you in like a minute. As long as you can have an enduring story, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. Ugh. That's okay. The effect is actually pretty solid, but it's more solid in stages of the game where where your opponent's restricted on mana. How fast can you get an enduring story with this? Which also means you're not trading off. You can get an enduring story pretty fast. If you can consistently get an enduring story by turn 4, it's pretty good. This card, it's pretty good. Because by turn 4, your opponents are still going to be restricted on mana. Which actually helps a lot. This is a powerful effect. It's just it's also an effect that becomes absolutely nothing in the late game. Okay, I mean that's something, and it's a 2-drop, so that's kind of nice. Thorin Oakenshield, red white, 3/2 with trample, storied. As long as you have an enduring story, artifacts and creatures you have ward 1. All right, okay. Huh. Wow, red white's payoffs aren't super exciting. Look up dwarves. How do you spell dwarf? Why am I struggling? Let's read some common dwarves. Is white the worst at common for once? To be determined. I haven't read the cards yet. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Gotta take a break. I'll be right back. Reading dwarves. At common, there's Dory, Bearer, Friends, another legend. Wow. 2 in a red. For a dwarf warrior, trample. So 3/2. When Dory enters, create a treasure. These are just normal cards, but they're like legends. Like Oyin was like, okay, that's like kind of pushed for a 2-drop, right? So I kind of understood where it's coming from. Like this is just like a card, but it's just legendary downside. It's not a small downside either. I understand storied is like technically an upside, right? Like, or it's like an enabler for storied, but I think it's more going to be more of a downside than an upside. It is double storied, which makes the legend like part like even worse. Because like you're gonna hit storied and then you're done, and then you don't want it to be legendary anymore. Dwarven Provisioner, 1 in white for a creature. Sorry, is Beefer just triggered abilities? I'm gonna look up Beefer again. It's only triggered. Okay, so it's not activated. Dwarven Provisioner. This is a 2/2 that you can pay 3 in a white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Solid. Yeah, solid. Iron Hero Stalwart, 4 in a red. Reach Trample, 4/5. When this creature enters, attach target creature you control up to 1 target creature you. Attach target equipment you control up to 1 target creature you control. This is maybe. I mean, it's pretty strong. Better than the commons I've seen so far. I'm sick of not trusting my gut about these cards. This card is fine. It's fine. 5 toughness is pretty good at blocking. Based on my skimming, there's like some amount of equipment in the set, so like getting some sort of cost reduction on moving stats around is actually pretty solid. Did I say target creature? Whoops. A target equipment's a target creature. Yeah, worth noting for red white, if you're stuck with Legend's hand, you're fairly likely to be able to spend your mana equipping. Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna translate it in an unfair way. If you're red white and your deck sucks and you can't cast the cards that you drafted, you're gonna have more time to spend mono equipping. Yeah, that checks out. Also, if you play equipment and you draw 7 lands in a row, you're gonna have more time. You're gonna have more time to equip the cards, equip the creatures. Also true. Hachi Machi. I don't like this. I don't like red white so far, but it's very too soon. I should read all the cards. Nori, Teller of Tales, 1 and hybrid red whites for a 2/2. Whenever Nori attacks, target attacking creature gains first strike until the turn. That's a good 2-drop. Except it's legendary. That's a good 2-drop though. Not as good as Dwarven Provisioner. Okay. Dwarven Provisioner is the best of these cards. And it's the one that's not legendary. Should we be upset? Does that make any sense? Like, is this intentional design? Dwarven Provisioner is the best of these cards. It is. And it's the one that's not legendary. Or it's one that's not legendary. That's not how it's supposed to be, right? Legend is supposed to be like powerful. Like these legendary cards, in order to make up for the downside of being legendary, they're supposed to have some sort of like additional effect, right? The Ramager's better? Hope so. The Ramager's pretty good. Is that the only equipment payoff I've seen so far? It is. I also like Dory. I mean, Dory's fine. It's okay. They're not bad. None of these are like bad cards, right? I sorry. Ori's kind of bad. I don't like Ori. Ori's kind of bad, but none of the rest of them are bad cards. I mean, do you know what I like so far? I haven't read any truly bad cards. Like Ori's like the worst one. You think the idea is that Legendary is the upside now that enables story for what it's worth? I don't believe that, but maybe. It does look not very good to me. It looks kind of bad. We'll see. Let's look at elves. Landfall. Landfall is another mechanic that kind of just works on its own because everyone plays lands. Right? Like the enablers is that you play a resource that everyone has to play. Adder Cop. Wow, it's a cop. It's a 2-mana, 2/1, reach death touch. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 it's down to start. That's like surprisingly good. Wait, what? This is like surprisingly okay. This attacks as a 3/2. It just trades off with anything. This card's kind of good. I saw the art and I saw the fact it was a spider. I'm like, I'm prepared for like a really bad spider. I was like, wow, this spider's kind of good. Huh. Bowside Wanderers. So it's a 6-drop, 4 green. So 4/4 Elf Scout. Whenever this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a permanent card from among them and put into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So it attacks as a 6/6. That's solid. That's a pretty solid card. For a 6-drop, that's a 6-drop I would actually put in my deck. And it's okay. I don't think it's a busted. But I could see like having 2 of these in a deck. Huh. Yeah, it's not embarrassing. Seems okay. Mirkwood Mediator. 3-drop, 2 and a blue. Or a 2/4 Elf Druid. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you may have this creature's base power and toughness become 4/2 until end of turn. That's nothing. This is nothing. Yeah, right? I have no rare 6-drop. Yogg. Or YaGG. I don't know which one it is. Is there no early access streamer event for this set? That's where you usually watch to prepare for pre-release. There is no early access streamer event for this. There's an early access, I guess, for Magic Online Standard, or there was, but there's nothing for Arena. Elf BTW, yeah, it's an elf, actual elf. Bjorn's Hospitality, 1 and a green for an enchantment. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Set for 7 mana, 5 green. This enchantment becomes a bear creature in addition to its other types and gains this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. Oh. Also mid. Shoe Puff was like kind of mid, right? In Final Fantasy. This card is like a little bit better than Shoe Puff. Not exciting. I think specifically landfall is always a kind of a weird mechanic, right? Because so like if landfall is not quote unquote as supported as the other cards, it's fine because lands are just things you hit naturally in a game of Magic anyway. So in order to push landfall as a mechanic in your set is dangerous. In the red 4-drop artifact. I don't know what that is. I'll take a look later. Elven Raft Steerer. It's a 3 mana, 2 and a blue, for a 2/3. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you can either tap an opponent's creature or you can untap a creature you control. That also seems kind of mid. Unexciting. I believe that the Shire or the Hobbit Hole is a way to get land to ETB on their turn, which is like kind of sort of nice, but like that's very minor. You can't really get that many of that realistically. And even then it means you're I don't know. A tap land not on turn 1 sometimes can be kind of rough. All right, unexciting. I don't know what Elves wants to do still. Like Wargs is very easy, right? It wants to attack. Red-black seems relatively easy. You just kind of play like reasonably high quality value cards. Sometimes like be able to sequence things where you sack small armies and you gain advantage that way. Both in terms of tempo, mana, or just card advantage straight up. That seems pretty straightforward. That's like I can see the game plan there. I can see the game plan of blue-white, right? Like recruiting in general helps you grind. You can recruit away value cards to help you grind. And then sometimes you just flood the board, get additional, like maybe some high toughness blockers and have some flyers. Like that seems to fit. That seems to make sense. I don't know what green-blue wants to be doing because there's no like kind of nutty late game payoff at lower rarity yet. We'll see. We've read Sylvan Reveler, right? We've read this before. Seems okay. Seems okay. Thranduil. Sindarian Liege. So 2 hybrid green-blue. Legendary creature, Elf Noble. It's a 2/3. Other elves you control get +1/+1. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 1/1 elf creature token. Okay. Sylvan Rally. That's funny that it's Sylvan and Sylvan. Like Sylvan like with a Y or Sylvan with an I. One is Universes Within, the other is Universes Beyond. 1. Green blue hybrid. Mill 4 cards and put up to 2 land cards from among them into your hand. That's kind of expensive. But I guess the adventure side is fine. That doesn't seem that exciting. What, like a 5-drop comes with a 2/2 and a 2/3? Ugh, that's okay. Nothing game breaking. Obviously, you're going to draw. Like, card draw in general works really well with landfall because, like, the more resources you have, the more you're, of course, going to draw excess lands you don't need. So you're able to utilize those excess lands in at least some productive way. Whereas in other decks won't be able to necessarily do that. Oh. When you turn Bjorn's Hospitality into a creature, it still retains its landfall ability, which is kind of cool. You're gonna read the release notes? That's a good question. Yeah, I think so. Because I think it would be great to have the release notes available. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think reading the release notes is a good thing. I should read the release notes. Okay, so I don't know what Bjorn is on it. No, I would have caught that then. I don't know what green is trying to do, so I'm most curious about that. So I'm actually just gonna straight up just read some green cards. Because I have the most questions about it. So we read Addercop, which is like, you know, it's just a fine creature all around. Good at defense, reasonably good at defense, reasonably okay at offense. Guardian of the Halls is 1 and a green, so it's 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 with trample. And you can pay 7, 5 green to put 3 counters on this creature, and you can continue paying that, right? So it comes a 5/5, then an 8/8 if you continue dumping 7 mana into it. That's kind of legitimately a landfall payoff. It's very slow, but that's legitimately something. But for the fact that it's just a 2/2 with trample on turn 2, nothing special. But yeah, I mean, like, if you draw this on turn 8, after doing stuff like putting additional lands into play, sure, it can become a threat. Whirl. 2 mana, 1 and a green. Hey, Organic Chicken. Instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Works a little bit better in a ferocious style set. Specifically because you typically have a lot of high power, if sometimes lower toughness creatures. We already pointed out a reasonable amount on curve at common, so I think this card will perform better than it has historically in a set like this. Also, the wargs specifically that I've seen really care about clearing blockers, and it's a cheap way to do it. I think this card's good. It seems good. We've read Wargling, Warg Tactics. 1 and a green. For an instant, choose 1, destroy target creature with flying, or put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control against trample and hexproof until end of turn. That seems fine. That's actually a really interesting mix of abilities. I like this. Oh, I like Warg Tactics. It doesn't necessarily tell me exactly what green wants to be doing, but it can certainly... There's a style of large statted green decks that sometimes just can't get on the board fast enough, and then they just lose to flyers, right? Like, they have a decent amount of large stats to stop ground attackers, but then not enough speed to stop flying creatures, and this card seems really good there, actually. This card seems good. I especially like this in sealed. Huh. Red Dustwatch Hunter, Red Little Bear a little bit, Mirkwood Nurturer. Why is the tier list dead? Well, Lola's at the beach right now doing beach stuff, so he's not available to do a tier list. And I'm thinking about not doing the tier list in the same capacity going forward in the future. I might still eventually end up making a tier list of some variety. Nah, it might be dead forever. Oh, it'll still probably be the best tier list. I don't know. We'll have to think about it. It's true. No one's really using the tech to put two opinions on the same sheet. We let the Draft Lab people use it for a little bit, but I think they stopped doing the collaboration. I don't know why. Like it feels like something that could be ported really nicely into like multiple things. Like you could, I feel like you could have like 4 or 5 plus people on it. You know? Like easily. "17 lands usually becomes the better tier list after like week 1. Like weeks 0 through 1, like the human tier lists are usually a little bit better. I think so. But some people, like a lot of people actually do use the tier list for like a point of reference in order to like jumpstart their thinking. And then people start going to 17 lands after like a week or I guess maybe 3 days. I don't know. After 3 days, the data is still kind of wonky. After a week, things start settling down. But it's because the tier list is dead claim is mostly because I've been thinking a lot more proactively about what kind of preview season content I actually want to make. And with Hand's help, I sketched out one that I'm pretty happy with today. It doesn't necessarily involve collaboration with anyone else. What, you wanna hop on a call? No. I was asking if you wanted to hop on a call. Sorry, double baited. No, it's okay. No, it's okay, Han. I was confused at what you were asking me. You created a small tool which would be based on your tier list and would pull data from what cards you have in a pool during the draft and would order by tiers. Always useful at the start of the set. Nice. I'm glad that works for you. I know that in terms of like integration with the arena client, like Untapped sources, I believe limited resources and also some stuff about data. I'm not sure how it works. People in general haven't been super happy with that one though. Not trying to throw unnecessary shade, but I feel like most people's dissatisfaction is not necessarily with the overlay aspect of it, but more the the limited resources influence of it. Not because of who they are, but because they think it's inaccurate. Anyway, Wood Elves. 3 and a green for a creature elf scout. It's a 1/1. When this creature enters, search your library for a force card, put the card at the battlefield, then shuffle. A classic. Wood Elves used to be a classic. Well, it is a classic. Used to be like a cube staple, I think. No longer. And I just don't think this card is that good in 2026. Don't think Wood Elves is good. No fixing. Yeah, no fixing. Sad. No typal dual lands in the set either. It is untapped, yeah. Yeah, hit that. Make sure to hit that untapped affiliate link right after I spent like a solid 5 minutes sort of like throwing sideways shade at it. Untapped, though, in general, is a pretty good tool. I mean, it seems fine. It seems okay. It's not like crazy good like it used to be. Ordinary Bear. This is a 4/5. Unexciting but playable. I'm still not getting a great gist of what green wants to be doing. It doesn't. Nothing appears particularly powerful to me. When I read the cards, nothing appears particularly powerful. So Bjorn, Reluctant Host. So 5 mana. 5/5 Trample. And then it has an Adventure, Sorcery for 2 mana, 1 and a green. You may play an additional land this turn. Kinda whatever. Significantly better than Beanstalk Worm, in my opinion, but I think significantly better than almost unplayable is like not very good. I do think this is a lot better than Beanstalk Worm. Like an additional toughness than the Trample is actually quite nice. And we've read Bowside Wanderers. I haven't got a gist of the comments very much at all. This card's, I mean, this card, Bjorn is fine. It's okay. The Trample goes a long way. You meant yourself? Yeah, you're an elf, Selen. Your elf form is named Celine. Your human form is Selen. I'm gonna read some blue commons. Elven King's Harper, 1 in a blue for a 2/2. 4 in a blue, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Huh. Is power level much lower than Marvel's? I'll get back to that. Not entirely sure. We've read Lakeshore Apothecary. I think this card's totally fine. Elven King's Harper feels very mediocre. It's actually true. The black-red cards feel really good in comparison to like what I saw in green. The green cards did not seem that powerful. Plunder the Trollshaws. is, yeah, quite good. We've read this before. Splendor of the Troll Shaws feels really good. Bilbo Baggins, they're 3 mana. 2 and a blue for a 2/1. Enters, draw. And has sorcery, take a glance for 1. And scry 2. Bilbo is very good. I think this is probably the best blue common. Yeah, that seems powerful, but also very little indication as to very little indication as to what blue wants to be doing necessarily. Ironically, Bilbo's existence sort of nerfs blue-green in a weird way. Somewhat. Not by that much. But the thing is, like, if Bilbo Baggins is actively sought out by blue-green, which it is, I think every blue deck wants Bilbo. Every blue deck wants Bilbo. The value of scrying hurts blue-green slightly. Because, right, if both players are top decking, the landfall gamer is supposed to be ahead, right? Because no matter if they top deck a land or if they top deck a spell, then the landfall gamer is relatively happy, usually. Usually that's how that works with landfall in specific. But like, you know, if you're using Bilbo to smooth out your draws, like you want landfall and you want spells, and scry 2 becomes a little bit less important. A little bit, tiny bit. I don't think it's a big deal though. I think it's very minor. Just kind of interesting how that is. This is not as exciting in blue-green. It's another minor hit to blue-green, having the best common not being quite as powerful as it could be. Confusticate and Babother. This is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an instant. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 4. Or draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Mid? I don't really care about this. Yeah, you can draw 2 cards on the opponent's turn. It's not great. We saw this card at 1 blue before in AFR, which AFR had other problems. Actually, blue and AFR had many problems. So I don't think judging it off of the performance of you find the villain's lair, which is the 1 blue spell almost like this. I don't think that's fair or useful, even. I think the context of the set is much different. Yeah, and it does draw 2 on the opponent's turn, which is fine. Fine. I think this card is better than almost unplayable. I think it's fine. It's okay. Yeah, blue's got some good ones. Blue's got some good ones. Hot take, AFR is really fun to draft, and blue had some pretty strong cards. I'm actually probably more on that train than not, because I drafted a ton of AFR. I drafted like a ton of AFR, and at the end I was rolling a lot of dice. And having a great time. I rolled a lot of dice in AFR. Actually, was AFR peak Magic? Maybe AFR is peak Magic. Maybe forcing Magic players to confront the fact that they actually have very little agency in their lives and to sort of just deal with it. Maybe that was a positive thing for Magic gamers. To like not take themselves so seriously. And just roll some dice and like lose sometimes and laugh about it. Enchanted River's Grasp, 2 and a blue for an aura enchantment. When this aura enters, tap target enchanted creature, remove all counters from it. Oh, so it just kills. Wow, it kills whatever dead. Enchanted creatures loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Can't lock down an army forever. Yeah, that's important. You're right. Yeah, so it kills armies, yeah. Important, right? Because this is like actually blue has a fair amount of interaction, huh? Yeah, black red has a fair amount of ways to sack, huh? I'm not gonna lie. At common, there's a Simic hybrid bouncer, which is also really bad against, right? The Simic hybrid 3-drop that could just bounce whatever this is attached to. That's pretty bad. Huh, maybe the card sucks. That's the big question, right? How prevalent will those cards be? And those cards don't seem bad to me. They seem fine. Like the sack synergies and also the Mirkwood bouncer. Seems totally fine. Yeah, Mirkwood Nurturer right here. It might seem like removal scarce, but we'll see. Being a small set and all, that's probably a number you can actually crunch. Those are numbers you can definitely just crunch. And we can crunch it today. We can actually crunch it. I'm not sure if I'll have time necessarily. I think Long Lake Nuisance is really good. We talked about this card before. Uneasy Partings, 3 and a blue, 4 mana total for an instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking non-token creature. Target creature's owner puts on the choice of top or bottom of their library. Fine. It's fine. Really, what pushes these cards over the edge is the additional value that you get usually. I think conditional 1 mana discount is significantly worse than alternatives that we've seen, right? Like Trickster Stratagem, stats-wise, was the best blue common. Maybe second best common in the entire set of Marvel. But, you know, it's because of Connive. It's not just because of the effect. This being an instant is nice. Back to form, but if it were to recruit an addition, that card would be the best common in the set. Yeah, it would. It would just be the best. Straight up. Okay, I should probably take a break. I'll be back. We'll talk about Gandalf. All right, hold on. I'm going to take a little pause from reading cards because I need help. I need a poll. I need a discussion about tier lists. Just a quick talk. For those who use tier lists or know people who use tier lists, what would you say is the most important The most important aspects of using a tier list for your personal experience. I guess maybe I should repeat all of this after the ads have finished. Apparently there's like 20 seconds on them. I'll ask again in a second. But I kind of want to take a pause to talk about it because I'm not going to lie, the content creation brainstorm that I had earlier today in terms of what I was going to do during preview season wasn't including a tier list. But, you know, I think it's a tool that people use. So it's like so for Saratobu, maybe it's like a drama, it's a tool for drama. An ego, which is valid. I think it's valid. I don't know if that was a joke or not, but I'm taking it very seriously. I think it's valid. For sure. Day 1 to 2 for a complex rare, right? Okay, so Bobbers, for you specifically, would you prefer a tier list or would you prefer like maybe like a video or something saying like, oh, let's talk about some controversial rares? Hi, welcome back. I'm going to repeat what I said before. I'm looking for feedback on what are the most important aspects of using a tier list. Like, if you use a tier list, what features would you say are most important to you? Ability to sort by rarity color. You personally get confused with the ratings the limited level up gives. Like B equals 75%, game in hand win rate, and no S tier. More clear definitions for collapse specifically. Like more clear definitions for what grades mean. Perhaps like more clear breakpoints. I was thinking like breakpoints could be based on actual, not necessarily win rates determined. Because win rates are a little difficult to parse. But for example, like I would take this rare over every uncommon in the set. And that's a tier of its own. Like that's like maybe that's what an A means, right? I take this card over every uncommon. And maybe I take this card over every common is like a B tier. Something like that. Am I missing something or is it trash kind of thing? Like that's like a discussion starter, right? I've always thought that tier lists didn't have to be tier lists. Like to get what you wanted out of a tier list, you could use some other form of more effective media. Was my thought. But I'm not sure if that's true. Helping decide marginal choices of general card quality. So in practice, how you use that is like you see, like, so for example, for Legato Smash, if you see like one card listed on a tier list as a C plus and another is a C, and you think to yourself that they're pretty much even, you go with the C plus. Is that how the use case there? Helps me with my blind spots, says Organic Chicken. Like drawing 2 planes and doing nothing else. I'm not sure if that card's like that great. I think the card's fine. I'm a little bit lower on it than we first talked about it. I don't know if you're making a joke or not, but in my opinion, tier list helps a lot with what's strong early in the draft. Helps find direction while you're still learning the cards. What's good? Is a tier list the easiest way to digest quickly? The fastest way to digest a format in a nutshell. Orotobu says, I'm a little bit behind on chat. I'm just trying to catch up here. I think letter grades are too coarse and bad. Defining the tier list so that no common can ever be better than a C, like you just gave it as an example, really limits your choices. And you'll make your choices and it will make cards that are very different power level receive the same grade. I guess maybe the range is too high, but that can be tweaked. That's just a matter of tweaking, I think. Not sure. The breakpoints can be whatever. I wonder if grades are, grades are like not good for accuracy. Like grades are straight up not good for accuracy. They never will be. To me, they've always been about convenience, which people who consume tier lists, that's always struck me as something that's very important to them. Convenience, right? Time saving. So I wouldn't even call letter grades like a necessary evil. I would just say that people like them for their convenience, their brain shortcuts. Ranger Alpha says, before play boosters, you used to joke that ranking rares, anything but good, bad, was kind of pointless because you'd only get one in a pack. Yeah, but boosters have sort of changed that. Key cards, especially commons for specific archetypes. How do you consume key cards in a quick manner? Right? Because tier list doesn't tell you that. Tier list doesn't tell you archetype context. So in what way would a tier list tell you what the key cards are? Right? Like you can see a tier list and say, hey, Bilbo is just a generically good card. Bilbo Baggins is generically good. But like it doesn't really tell you much about the archetypes. I'm wondering if there's like a really quick way to actually get there. Oh wow, I'm really far behind. What I'd like to see is tier list for just the rares, which would be quicker read and helps judging the important picks for limited. Just the rares. Huh. Is that because the rares are the most confusing cards? The tier list that I made with Lola has an ability to sort by rarity, so you could just look at the rares, the rare column, etc. I'm not sure if that's sufficient. Legato Smash generally, if it's down to 2 cards and I'm uncertain which is better, card quality judgment helps. Obviously doesn't count for synergy, but that's why it's only general for the most part. Organic Chicken says kinda, but I do like when I listen to opinions that push back on initial views of the card. Helps you better evaluate cards in the future. So for Organic Chicken, what would be better for you? Do you prefer to like look at a tier list and like see where the differences are, or is it better and more helpful to like be in a active chat on Discord or otherwise, and then have just people just talk about things with you? You prefer the discussion, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because then you get like more of an active back and forth, etc., like chatter and stuff about what people are saying. Bashbob agrees to Soratobu. There's too many cards that need context. Yeah, grades a kind of shortcut. The thing which you actually want is a ranking. Like you want a ranking of like a pick order, pack one, pick order of cards. Like literally, like you can every player has a definitive defined pack one, pick one. Every player has that. Every single player, no matter what skill level you are. You could be inconsistent, but theoretically, everyone should have their own pack one, pick order. Every single card is ordered. Very small adjustments to it, being like considerations for the wheel. Very small adjustments. But for the most part, every player follows their own pack one, pick one. Unironically, if you have a color graded tier list, sorting by rarity and grade can just allow you to tell at a glance what the best colors are. Like if one is very green, another one is very yellow orange. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have that actually. You can kind of sort of see it at a glance from the tier list I make with Lola. You get more out of the actual discussion rather than using the tier list itself. You usually only get to analyze post-draft sealed, or maybe my opinions were wrong, or you have blind spots. So like the discussion, is that sufficient? A discussion while you're like watching a set review live? Like how do you get said discussion? Like I know you could like join a Discord, you could have card evaluations on a Discord. You could like talk with a streamer if their chat's moving at an okay rate. Wow, I am so behind. I'm like minutes behind at this point. I've never been this behind on chat. Initially, you also get to use the tier list to help guide your initial draft seals before switching up to 17 lands data. Yeah, that makes sense because it's probably more useful at that point. If you ask what the best way to digest format in a nutshell, you think an overview of the best archetypes and the best rares, uncommons, commons in each, also cards to avoid. Like a video? You know, like Alex makes like a state of the format video. That's what he calls it, state of the format. Does that give a really good? Is there a faster way that it's pretty fast? Format overview, yeah. It is pretty fast, fairly. Is that like all what people want? Do people want something faster than that? Like a tier list is certainly faster than watching a primer. Just how I see it, if you don't have the time to read through all the cards on your own and evaluate their strength before a set, tier list kind of saves a lot of time helping to learn the set. Okay, I want just a vote. Just a simple vote. Do you prefer Alex's state of the format video or reading a tier list? I just kind of want to know who prefers what in terms of content. Include your lifestyle, include like the time it takes to consume each piece of content. You know, would you rather look at a tier list or would you rather look at Alex's state of the format video? Reading, okay. Tier list. Is it not state of the format? Oh, sorry. What like pre-release guide? Sorry. I tainted the question. What is Alex's pre-format video summary? I'm gonna look it up right now. But y'all know what I mean, right? I hope. I'm not talking about the state of the format. And specifically, so limited level ups doesn't usually get into or we get into the weeds, like I get into the weeds with Lola. What if we had like a stream of like only fighting, like only like arguing? Like we take the cards we disagree on and we just fight about it. And we only talk about the cards that we fight about. Like how is our set review different than anyone else's if we agree on the card? Like what if we cut it down to only fighting? Aloha totes. Thanks for the bags. Primer, yeah, primer, okay. 1 week, 2 weeks, pre-release guide is the short, okay. This is a lot. This is a lot of votes for tier list. Sometimes you fight about the cards you agree on. That's funny. Okay, that's good. My main consideration for my future with Lola is that the more content I create on preview, the more preview season content I make for like YouTube, etc. And my plan is to make a lot more preview content. The less time I'm going to have to sit down for freaking 12 hours with this guy and just talk, right? I'm not necessarily going to have time to just agree to listen to this guy poop for 12 hours, you know? So I might have to request a change in terms of how we collaborate. But if we like do something like a fight, like a arena debate style thing, it could be a lot faster and it could just be max drama. Basically, if the goal for my collaboration with Lola, if my collaboration with Lola boiled down to doing the stream and then kind of being mad at each other by the end of it because we just fight so much, maybe that's a success. Maybe that's a success, but not even like a primer, because like we can do a primer like an additional. Additionally, yeah, you can join me for a call. You can help me parse through chat too, because I'm so far behind. I've missed so many messages, which I appreciate because I think this is good to talk about. The nature, and everyone's contributing, which is awesome. I think that's great.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Am I picking up?
You are picking up.
Oh, how do I make... I need headphones. Hold on.
Am I echoing? I can't hear me echoing. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading in the meantime. Yeah, this is a lot of people. This is a lot of people voting for tier list over set primer, over Alex's set primer. And I'm like talking any tier list, right? Like Alex's set primer, and Alex is a very good educator, I would say. And his content in my opinion is very good. So to hear this many people prefer tier lists is a little surprising and also very interesting. Those who prefer tier lists, what is the main driver of consuming a tier list over consuming a set primer video? Off the top of my head, I can think of maybe it's like maybe time is the main consideration. Rewatchability is something that someone said, right? That it's easier to reread than rewatch. Yeah, for Sorotobu, I'm talking about Alex Nikolic, which is Quarter Calls. Sorry, I call him Alex. I private messaged him one time to ask him a question that was not Magic related, and so now I'm on a first name basis with him, and he's my best friend.
Should I leave?
No, don't leave. No, sorry. My wife is my best friend, and Alex is like number 2.
I'm just kidding. Hey, can I say something now?
Yeah, sure.
I think what we're trying to do is figure out what the different camps are of people and what's most helpful for everyone, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone needs something different. And so right now I think the tier list is a bit dissatisfactory because it's this weird amalgamation trying to cover a lot of bases, which I don't think is necessary. But I don't know where those breakpoints are, which is, or I don't know if either of us know,
Yeah.
right? Which is the purpose of what we're asking. Is that, I don't know if that was unclear.
That's certainly the context. I mean, with any sort of content creation, there's probably always like a better way to do it. And like every single time the discussion of content comes around, there's going to be a camp of people that like are like, oh, tier lists are garbage. If you use tier lists, you're garbage. Stuff like that. And then there's got to be some not destructive alternative, to just denouncing the concept of a tier list entirely.
I mean, if you can boil down exactly what it is that people are looking for in the tier list, if it's convenience, it's reading, it's not audio, right? Those are some key things, right? The fact that you can bookmark it and then you can find what you're looking for
Oh, you
pretty
can
quickly.
bookmark it, yeah. You can
that you
index
can
it.
sort information. Yeah, like
Yeah, you can
that kind of thing. And so sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
No. I'm just saying. Yeah. That's absolutely right. Like, I don't think we necessarily heard any direct feedback for why people wanted to pick a tier list.
Yeah, like maybe
But
the archetypes is actually a tab or something that you'd like to add to the tier list. Like I wonder how much the all cards list is.
yeah, do we even need an all cards list? What if the tabs are just by archetype? What if it's just that? Right?
Then would you be the one categorizing by archetype?
Yeah,
and then
I mean, it would
in
have
and
to
of
be
itself,
manual.
would that help?
Yeah, it would have
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
kind of manual, yeah. And that can sort of be
I feel like everyone stopped talking when I came. Should I leave again?
That's just the nature of things. People come and people go. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. You were saying that there is a lot of chat that you're having. Ah! Right, you're behind on messages, so I was wondering if it'd be easier to parse together. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, certainly. Being able to parse more information. Sorting by archetype doesn't help with the initial picks. With the initial picks, okay. So sorting by archetypes is one thing, right? But like, does sorting with the I feel like this is just my opinion. I feel like what most people are concerned about with their initial picks is missing something obvious, or no, sorry, missing something unintuitive. Right? Like, oh, this rare, I have no, that's so complicated. I don't know if it's good or bad. Right? I don't know if it's good or bad. And like, so for those sort of more complicated cards that are a little bit more controversial, gosh, there probably does need to be some sort of category, some sort of like bucket of like, you know, busted cards or whatever. Like, do you really need to give a grade to filler cards? Because you're never pack one picking one them anyway. And filler cards depend on the context of your deck in terms of how good they are. So a tier list will never be sufficient for filler cards. So what if you just skip those? What if you just don't include those? And you just be like, okay, these are the cards I'm happy to first pick, right? Including the controversial ones. Like traps. Traps and I'm trying to make something that rhymes or is very like traps and something and bombs or whatever or something. Traps and good cards. What'd you say?
Caps, like the top of your head. I don't know.
I mean that could be a thing, right? Like in terms of use, like the best cards and hidden treasures. That's cute. I know there's someone who posts on Reddit every season.
Traps and treasures.
Who uses 17 lands to like and grabs underrated cards and calls them hidden treasures, which I thought was kind of cute. Trash and treasures. Yeah, that's good. Trash and treasures, yeah. And there's some like hidden treasures. Frosty, thank you for the sub. Intense Complex. I feel like tier lists are good in sets where it's like cube and you have a wider pool and there's a lot of filler and dud spells. It's more straightforward. Let's see. What's my issue with the current tier list? Looks legit very good, or is it just talking to Lola part? No, the tier list can be better. There's certainly a contingent of people who really hate tier lists, right? And there's just definitely room to create stronger content than just grades, right? Like grades are most useful for pack one pick one. The usefulness of them when your deck gains context falls off drastically after that. And I actually understand, like I kind of agree that grades can never be fully sufficient in terms of how people want to use them in order to try and draft. Yeah, I probably need to remove that. Darkest Mage says there are cards that you would play any number of, ones you probably won't play any more than one of, ones you would basically never play. Those are definitely those are good buckets. Those are good buckets. I agree with those as well. Yeah. And those don't necessarily translate into just straight up a letter grade. And they could, I guess, but it's probably more confusing than not. Kind of like how I was talking about breakpoints and rarity. That probably also, Sorotobu was pointing out struggles with translating that into direct rarity or direct letter grades. And honestly speaking, like if something, okay. I've got another idea. Are letter grades even important if you have an easy to digest infographic? Because I feel like letter grades are a concession to have people digest information quicker. But in reality, well-designed info, well communicated info is probably just, it kind of serves the same purpose.
Can we define something?
Yeah, what's up?
With tier lists, so are we straying away from the idea of a tier list helping people with only pack one, pick one? Like, are you trying to incorporate the entirety of the experience of drafting? Right, because obviously it becomes less and less true because context is more important than pack one, pick one, right?
Yeah. So like currently,
like it's raw.
Currently, most. Okay, so here's my take on tier lists. Tier lists exist for pack one, pick one, and people who say that tier lists exist for more than that are not. They're not lying, but I don't think that's right. Because like in tier lists,
are you trying to incorporate that? Like, are you trying to make it more than what it is, or are you trying to? Do you get what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think if we're trying to make the tier list in terms of letter, like if we're defining tier list by letter grades, right? Then I don't think it can be any more than pack one, pick one. You can make like a quote unquote tier list in terms of bucketing things into different informations. Like for example, what Darkest Mage was saying about cards you wouldn't play more than one of, cards you play unlimited amounts of, etc. Those can be buckets that you put cards into, right? But then that would be separate. I think that would probably be a separate idea than a pack one, pick one, quote unquote tier list.
Do you want to write down all these different buckets that people are mentioning essentially, like the splash, the core, like what are they, like the fundamental cards
Yeah.
to a specific archetype, trash cards, right? Things that go better in multiples, maybe like certain limits to those multiples, like you don't want more than 2 sometimes, right? On
Yeah.
some things, but then you might want like all the ones that you can get on others.
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Just like some notes on the key, what are they called? Aspects
Yeah.
or buckets. Yeah, I guess you've been calling them buckets. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you were to recategorize cards, then or reorganize them in a way, like what would those categories be? And then maybe we can find some pattern in that. Do you want me to write it down?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll write it down.
Sorry, that would be really helpful.
Okay, I'm just gonna call it buckets.
Also, what Lukash said was actually really important, I think. Specifically noting that you have to hover over the cards or click on them to see what the cards do. And I think having the image there with the grade or with the bucket it's in is important. So that's like, if we were to create like a sort of infographic style of information delivery, the information would be there, right? It would just be there. And not necessarily just like a spreadsheet. That's I think a major weakness of the spreadsheet tier list. Like a major weakness. Like you're using it when you're kind of new to the format. You don't know the cards. It's like it's such a UI hassle to have to hover over something to read the card. So if we can figure out that's already such a big improvement. Because I don't think I know any tier list, even 17 lands, that you don't have to hover over a card to see it. But also, like, it's hard because then it takes up so much space. People are looking at their pack and then looking at the tier list. And then they just like Command F. I guess so. No, that's a good point. Darkest Mage, like from Marvel, the 3B Destroy Guy Surveil 1, that's like a B removal card, but you wouldn't play more than one of them most of the time. Yeah, because there's like factors in terms of like how highly you think other drafters will take it, how replaceable the effect is. You feel like which cards are better in multiples are really getting to the weeds, like too much information. Tier list should be quick and digestible info. Yeah, probably, right? After about 5 words, you start forgetting. I guess that's in regards to text on the cards. Tier lists are made by experienced players for inexperienced players. I think this, with the specific examples you gave, some players can tell that Crusade gets worse in multiple, some cannot. Knowing which cards you want in multiples is good. That can be covered in like an infographic style archetype overview, right? So here's what I think is like kind of sort of missing, like a custom designed infographic display of how to draft an archetype, right? Because that to me feels like what the people who prefer tier lists over Quarter Calls' like primer that feels like the main motivator. I don't think anyone, or maybe I missed messages. I missed so many messages today. I don't think anyone directly said that, but that's my guess, is that people who prefer tier lists over the primer video is mostly because of the ability to reference it quickly and not scrub through a video. So an ability to reference it, right? It's like a cheat sheet, right? Don't people want cheat sheets, like good cheat sheets? Yeah, it's a large upfront cost. Okay. Like a good cheat sheet. Who makes a good cheat sheet for Magic drafting? Like what if it had like a clear legible title at the top and be like, this is what you should be prioritizing in Simic, and it's just like an infographic, you know, like how they have infographics for like, this is how much plastic we like use in a year, this is how many years, in this many years we're all going to die as a human race, you know, you see that in an infographic, and we can have that same sort of thing for like a Magic archetype.
Right. Instead of an infographic direction, if you were to actually look at a cheat sheet for something, don't you just want an index and then you pull up the cards that you're looking at like really quickly? So like you want one that tells you like what your first pick is, and then after that you look at all the cards in between and then what you can do with it. Like you're looking at a card and then you want to see like all the stuff about those like 3 cards that you're comparing, right?
I think so it's not just about telling the person what to pick in a draft. I do think that what players want is something easily digestible, right? And what I think is actually helpful for them is understanding more of the macro strategy of what they're looking at in an archetype, right? And I think that's not just an index attached to a card. I think that's information attached to an archetype, right? Like, for example, if
Well, I
you're
mean, what if...
yeah,
Oh, go ahead. No, go
like
ahead.
if you're drafting blue-green elves, right? You want to be like prioritizing card draw for land and stuff, right? So to get an excess of land, etc. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. I don't actually know. But that feels like, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's exactly the same direction you're going or not.
Well, I mean, I guess what maybe the misunderstanding is, it isn't necessarily about the card, but rather that card will fit into multiple archetypes. And if you've already attached information about the archetypes that it fits within,
Yeah.
right, and what parameters are necessary or what like conditions are necessary for that card to fit within that archetype, like let's say it's artifacts matter,
Yep.
and this card requires 3 other artifact cards,
Yep.
right? And then you can look at your deck and be like, I don't have that many card. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it would be notes about like, oh, this is good for this, and this, but it's not very good for these things. And so that archetype information would be attached.
To a card upon index lookup.
Or it could also be the other way, where you could look like if you have very clear naming conventions for each of the archetypes, you could say artifacts matter as a thing. They look up artifacts matter, and then they can look at the little section of tier list that gives you all the cards that are good in an artifacts matter deck. Is this too?
How much
Hmm?
So the direction I'm trying to go is certainly trying to maximize the digestibility for people. And to even look something up. I'm wondering if that's the direction we want to take. Because you're asking about indexing and looking up cards, right? So they see a card in the pack and they look it up. Am I understanding right?
Yeah, kind of like they just like maybe they, I don't know, control F or command F or
Yeah.
whatever you use, right? And you go look at Bilbo Baggins. I can't read it right now. It's on an ad. Sorry. I don't know what the name of it is, right? You look up Bilbo and then you see next to it like, oh, this thing cares about these things. And then maybe you can click on one of the archetypes and then see where it sits on the rest of the archetypes. So all you have to do is like click back and forth.
Yeah.
Is that maybe this is too much?
Hmm.
Right? Like, is it really just people want to know like the synergies more so than anything?
So
Or
I
sorry,
think,
I'm not.
I think here's the deal. What I think people want is for something to tell them for something to tell them which cards they should pick, like 1 through 3, like early in the draft. And then once you find a lane, right, there's a breakpoint where you decide, it doesn't matter if you're right or not, but you decide that you've picked a lane. It doesn't matter if you should have picked a lane. You've in your brain, you've picked a lane.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, they want to know the general macro heuristics about drafting that. Obviously, like people who are highly experienced at draft won't do that. They'll just do it more intuitively, you know, and there's a lot more details involved. But I think in general, people want to be essentially handheld through the first X amount of picks until they find their lane, and then they want to know the macro. Like they basically want a referable primer, right? Like an archetype primer for the archetype that they think they're going into. Also,
Wait, sorry, can I clarify something?
Yeah, of course.
Are you saying that they want help from the beginning of how to get into an archetype, or rather once they've figured out the archetype, what to do now that I found myself here?
A little bit of both, more the second one. I think the thing is that for
Oh.
people who want to be handheld through the first like X amount of picks, it's mostly just about taking the most like generically good card. Because I actually do think draft sort of functions like that, right? If you're like remaining open or whatnot. Like you kind of want to just be taking the best cards to not put your blinders on too early. But then if it just turns out that like the cards that are coming to you, the most powerful cards that are coming to you are all like white and blue, then then now you have an archetype, right? And then you've decided you're an archetype.
And do you think that's the primary function of what tier lists do ultimately?
I think the first part about that is the primary function of tier lists.
Sorry, can you be more specific? First part of what now?
So the first, as in like being quote unquote handheld through the first like 5 or so picks, is the.
I see. So you're talking about an entirely different thing about afterwards. Still, right? I feel like I'm asking the same question twice from earlier.
Oh, sorry.
You get what I'm asking?
Yeah. No. Clearly not.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So there's different phases in when you draft, right?
Yep.
And the tier list, I feel like you have to decide exactly what it is that you want to do. Like well, I guess you're still kind of looking at what everyone wants, right? And so have you kind of felt what people want is both of those things? The first part of the draft and the latter part when
Yeah.
you're you've built context, therefore I need to build with context.
Yep. So people I think want 2 pieces of content. Of reference.
2, right?
Yeah. So it doesn't.
Okay, so can you focus on one, maybe?
Sure.
Well, when you ask, because I think when you say tier list and then you assume that it does both, it's a little bit more hard.
Okay,
It's really
so
difficult
when-
for me to understand what you're asking from people.
Whenever I say tier list, it's only revolves around being handheld through the first couple picks.
Mm-hmm.
Because a tier list is just not useful post after that point.
Mm-hmm. And so for that first bit, do you need anything more than like a literal just 1 through however many 300 cards ranking?
I don't think so. I think something like that, and also tools to make that a little bit easier to parse. Because if it's just a list, if it like let's say level 0 is a text file, ordered text file of 300 cards, that's just not parsable. Not really.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have a lookup index, even if you have command F.
Oh, like colors and stuff.
Sure, yeah. Like anything.
Yeah, so I feel like
to make
that's
them more
what the
readable.
first one is.
Yeah.
Right, like literally what you have, I think, is the first part because I think that's what we focused on.
Yep, it is.
We
Yeah.
didn't understand how it could apply to anything else past that.
I'm not gonna lie.
I kind of want to hear what Bashwad thinks that it's doable. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think Lola's on the same page. I somehow think that Lola doesn't exactly think it's just pack one, pick one.
Yeah.
I don't
Like
think
he thinks it's applicable throughout the entire.
I don't know. Just the impression that he gave me, and I feel like I've asked before, and I didn't get an answer that necessarily aligned with mine. Can someone send me Nikolai Bolas's cheat sheet? Sorry, someone mentioned Nikolai Bolas like 10 minutes ago, and I vaguely recall he makes cheat sheets, and I kind of want to see one.
You have a website or something? Right, like do they just use it anyway, even though it's not necessarily for that purpose?
Because I feel like like a cheat sheet in order to like proper like cards you're looking for while you're drafting an archetype is probably just more useful than using the tier list at that point. And also, I think that it's just more digestible. Like in image form, is just going to be way more digestible than a tier list to begin with, because tier list is very, as Lukash was saying before, it's very dense, right? It's just a lot of names and letters. Versus like something that can fit in like a single like printed page.
Is the goal to put the tier list, like that first pack one, pick one business, all on a single image?
No,
That's easier to read.
I'm thinking at this point, just to clarify, I'm thinking at this point that I want two pieces of content. One being something sort of similar to the tier list that we have right now to help people throughout the first couple picks, and then archetype summaries, cheat sheets for when people have decided what lane they think they're going for.
Oh, sorry. Is this? I don't know if you answered this already, but do people look at anything past like grade C for the tier list? Like if they're doing the pack one, pick one part.
Yeah.
If they're, you know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Or are you just gonna do that for now? Okay. Or are they just retrofitting the C's and the F's and the D's to figure out like what good filler is?
So you're asking how people end up using the tier list in the later parts of the picks when they're starting to pick filler cards?
Well, I mean, like I would get if people are looking at the C's and the D's and the F's or whatnot, because they're retrofitting a tier list into trying to figure out what that is, right? Like
I think
the
I think a
filler
lot of
or
people
whatnot.
do retrofit because like human brains are obviously very complicated. Drafting is very complicated. So I think people do oftentimes retrofit a tier list and apply their own sort of judgments, or try to at least, when it comes down to like D level cards. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so like minus that, like because it's not necessarily the purpose of what you're doing, right? Like you're trying to find a way to find a more appropriate tool for actually using for
Yeah.
that portion. People who actually just use it for the intended purpose. Do you ever look past C? Like a the mid-level grades, like do you ever look past that?
You're not talking to me.
Yeah, like I don't know what the purposes would be outside of like when you're looking at pack one, pick one, why would you look at the middle and the ends? Or the bottom, I suppose.
Yo, this guy types a lot.
It's so funny because I'm pretty sure we've talked about this before. There's some people who just like to make content,
Good for them.
right?
Yeah.
Right? There's like there's definitely an energy that some people have of just making stuff. It's the same thing I feel about when I see the craft fairs. People just make stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so people are retrofitting the tier list with those lower grades, right? Which I believe strongly we could do better with something more infographic like.
Right, because there is a possibility. Well, okay, like be realistic with me. How often does a card relatively flip places? Right? Like let's say there's a card that's I don't know what y'all use and I don't know. Like let's say it's rank 20 in your cards and then there's another card that's like rank like 150, right? When is there ever a context where that card will actually flop in placements, right? Like let's say you see all the cards again because of the context that you've built up so far. Like how often is that even really a thing? Like something that has gotten so much significantly better that this other card is that much worse than it.
I would say pretty often.
Pretty often.
Yeah, I mean, if
Like,
I
I
were to
guess what's the range on that? Like, because there's got to be limits, right? Like, obviously, if they're close, that'll happen a lot. But if they're, like vastly different.
I would say the cards that you're happy to like first pick almost never change from their place, right? Because those are usually the generically good cards. But in terms of like being better than your middle tier filler, so a card you normally leave on the sideline always versus a card that's better than your middle tier filler, I think those swap places often.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? I'm not fully understanding.
So let's say a card usually never makes your deck.
Mm-hmm.
But context can come up where it's actually like totally like an upper tier filler card, and you'll happily play in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
I think the difference in that power level with context comes up.
I guess what is
often.
it usurping? Like, well, at what level are they usurping cards? Like, is it are there first picks that would get overridden?
No,
because I mean, like color considerations too, right?
So I'm that's why I said your first picks never change. It's always below that.
First picks.
It'll never usurp cards that you're happy to first pick usually.
Okay. So what's the level under that?
Like that's what I'm saying, upper tier filler.
Upper tier filler. Okay. I think I'm following you. Took me a minute. So upper tier so there's nothing in between like first picks and upper tier fillers out the.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Is there no category between pick ones and upper tier filler?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say pick one is actually a pretty wide range. Yeah.
Okay. So doesn't that mean that using the tier list is actually really bad if it's very often?
Yes. That's why a lot of people have very
Okay.
valid criticism about using tier list. Like there's many people, in Magic discourse that will say using a tier list will make you worse at Magic, which is like not necessarily entirely true, but it's not. There's also like accuracy to that as well. There's people who feel very, very strongly that tier lists are like, destructive.
Mm.
And I see where they're coming from, right? But I also think that there's content that people want and actively use and is very, at least I think it's very helpful to them. So I want to be able to supply something that is useful, easily digestible, right? Because like, these people who are complaining about tier lists, they're like super in the weeds and stuff, right? But like for the vast majority of Magic players who like draft like 2-3 times a week or 1 to 3 times a week, like that's what they want. I'm out here playing Guild Wars. I don't want someone to like go into the math about how to min-max DPS on my casual character, right? I want someone to just like give me a broad overview. Because like I approach a game casually.
Is there a reason you paused on this one image? Is it
I think I have a feeling this is his cheat sheet, right? This is
like
the
this one?
This is the
It's
cheat
like
sheet, which is like not
the mascot.
which is like not what I would make personally. So it's good because like if there's something that if there's content that I want to make that other people are already making and I think they're making it well, I don't really care about making that content. But like I haven't really seen content in this sort of quote unquote cheat sheet style that I'm particularly happy with.
Okay. In the most generous interpretation and kind way possible, what do you not like about this?
It's just not detailed. This is more of a tier list than it is. This is like informational sheet, but like I can't pull this up to be like, okay, I'm trying to go for blue white. So what's important in blue white? This is still very generic. This is stuff I'm happy first picking. This is more along the lines of the tier list than it is what I'm looking for.
Okay, so this is the whole thing again. The separating. So the cheat sheet is for post.
Cheat sheet is for post deciding what archetype you're trying to go for.
Okay, after you find your lane. is what you want to make the cheat sheet for.
Yeah.
And then so what is the tier list
The
again?
tier list
Another
is for the
cheat?
first 5 picks where you're still flexible, but you want to sort of just understand what the most generically powerful cards are.
Okay, so my misunderstanding is I thought when people said they wanted a cheat sheet, I thought they wanted the tier list.
No, cheat sheet is for after you decide your lane.
Okay. Okay.
Because like this, and to go off of what Bashpop is saying, like this is targeted for those first picks. Honestly, it feels more targeted for the first picks rather than when you've already decided your lane.
I mean, this is the job, right? We're filling in more to do, so double the job.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is, right? The solution, it's not 2 tier lists, but it is 2 pieces of content, right? The way that I'm dividing, at least to speak with you, Han, the way I'm dividing the words is that tier list is for the beginning of the draft, and then cheat sheets, infographics are for post commitment. And like, I don't know if I'm getting carried away, because I feel like a big habit of mine is to get carried away when I talk about stuff like this, but that's why it's good that you rein me in sometimes. But I feel like that's a pretty solid direction.
It is to make another thing that helps you walk during the lane, in the lane.
Yeah.
Once you found your lane, how do you walk through it?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So then, okay, so that means you need information. So, okay, so if you want to go off on that for a little bit, that means you need to know exactly how can people identify what lane they're in,
Yep.
right? So that would need to be integral somewhere.
Yep.
Right? So that what you call a certain lane needs to be very apparent to whatever people are reading. And then from there, that's I don't know how you would be the person to figure out like how people would walk through that lane and what that looks like.
Yep.
Right? And does this?
So like, for example, I'm going to start talking with terms that only I talked about with Han specifically early in the day, so it might not make sense. But, catch up. When we're talking about phase 4 of preview content, right, Han?
That's the condensed.
The highly condensed one. I
thing that you
have a
wanted to do.
feeling
Okay.
now that phase 4 would better be served by just creating these infographics instead of making a video. Because the reason why I thought
I
that
see.
is
No, that's a good point. That's a good point.
because a lot of people said that they would use the tier list instead of what I considered a highly respected piece of content, which was Alex's primer, which surprised me, right? Because I was like, oh, I thought Alex's primer was the peak, like almost one of the peak forms of digestible content, but like it's not, clearly. And people want something they can refer back to, and it's something that they can absorb quickly, way quicker than
that makes
scrubbing through
sense.
video. Yeah.
That totally makes sense. People are strapped for time, and so what you're going to do is you're going to find the least amount of like investment time, and the fastest thing is a cheat sheet. It's not opening up a video and watching it, right?
Yeah. Because opening up
so
a
those
video and
videos are
watching
just
it,
going to be supplemental.
yeah, it's tough. It's tough to open up a video and watch it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't use it as a reference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So maybe it's blog time for you.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the video. So I definitely think there's different groups, and there's a really large boundary, or I don't know how to say it, but basically there's a very specific separation between people who have a lot of time investment into content and people who don't.
Yeah.
Right? Or not. Maybe investment into content isn't the right word, but basically who consume a whole lot because they're filling in time versus others are like just trying to get something done.
Yeah.
Right? And that separation makes a whole lot of sense that videos will lie very firmly on the side of people who want to spend a lot of time on something. Right?
Yeah.
And then the blog hold. Right? And then so you can reserve all the written image, etc. for people who don't have a lot of time.
Yeah. In the end, like, so there's people who like to consume any content, right? Like the people who listen to podcasts, the long form content, people who listen to Lola and I stream, which we know data wise is not a huge amount of people, right? Like Like Lola's viewership dips by like 75% whenever he does long form review content.
Set review.
Yeah, it's like such
This
an
makes so much
insane dip.
sense.
Hmm?
So this is a bit of a tangent, but
Yep.
you remember how we had a conversation about how articles don't do very well?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
And that fits perfectly within the the narrative, right?
Yep.
Like it would make sense that people who don't have a lot of time aren't going to sit there and read this really wordy article,
Yeah.
right? So that I think that makes sense so far. I mean,
Quick context for Snago. That's my wife, and she does all the back end for the tier list that Lola and I work on.
I don't know about all of it.
Well, Janos is taken to upkeeping it, but she does all the most of the work for it. So if someone's gonna execute a type of content for
Like
that,
these things that you want to do, yeah.
then I'm probably gonna ask her to help me.
Aloha. How are you feeling?
Good. I mean, it's also, is it late?
No, it's not late.
Kind of. Like
I
usually
mean, for the
stop
stream,
streaming
yeah,
for
you
like 15
usually
minutes.
end. Mhm.
Articles would do well if people weren't trying to write 100K word essays full of filler.
Yeah, it's the filler part, right?
I'm also not gonna lie. Like, don't infographics far outperform articles? Period.
Most likely.
Right? Because like I can stuff text on an infographic. It's not just images.
Okay, I feel like that's a little that's pushing people's.
No, hold on. Let's look at some infographics. Straight up.
Well, okay, there's text involved, I think, when you want like footnotes and
Yeah.
reference
Yeah.
notes, right?
Yeah.
But for the actual information, you have to you gotta add some art to it, right?
Yeah.
You can't just smack some text onto it in a certain order and just assume that it's going to be easier to digest.
Here I'm gonna put an example, right?
Ooh, you can make it like fit an A4 or a letter size.
Right?
You just print it in black and white and take it with you.
Like something maybe a little more image driven and easier to digest than this. Right? But then, you have the magic cards come up and it's some text, it's a lot of text. Right? There's a lot of text on this screen, on this image. But it's also a lot easier to digest, especially if it's something that someone actually wants to look at, like magic cards.
I find this very busy.
Sure, we can design it better.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know how to use it. Yeah, does it make you uncomfortable? I don't know how to use AI. I have zero idea. Oh, that's so funny. That's literally the opposite of what Lukash was saying. So it's interesting seeing both sides.
Hmm. I could understand this. If you wanted to make an article that is a visual aid for a VOD or podcast like thing that you want to do anyway.
Yep.
Right? Like if you're walking someone through how to think about this draft,
Yeah.
right? Like here's all the mechanics, here's what to think about when you draft this mechanic, here's these cards, whatever, right?
Mhm.
Then I could see that having the images, you let people walk through
Mhm.
with you and then you show them the scene. And that's why the images would be applicable.
Yeah,
Right?
I could see
And
that.
so
Yeah.
like right, like so it would be like a tier list that's in a more visually appealing form,
Mhm.
but it actually walks in the same way that you do like your VOD review or something.
I think another way to say that, and this is not helpful for you, Han, specifically, but bear with me for a second.
It's fine. It's
If
fine.
I took Sam Black's Drafting Archetypes podcast
Mhm.
and it was condensed into a graphic, I think that's what I'm looking for. Any Sam Black Drafting Archetypes listeners, previous Drafting Archetypes listeners, the podcast is now gone, sadly.
Yeah, I thought you said that person stopped.
They moved on to greener pastures, aka Commander.
Greener. I see.
Right? But that feels like what we're trying to do. Yeah, but like we kind of want to have a we kind of want to have an like a combination of easy to digest and informational, like Sam's podcast.
Mm.
And I think that's doable. I think that's straight up doable.
Can we do an overview?
Yep.
Before it gets too late.
Sure.
About like what's been mentioned
Mhm.
in the past. I don't know how long you've been talking about this.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
what was the original question?
The original
About
question.
how people consume or want. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the original was what is absolutely essential for people with a tier list? What do people need to have when they consume tier list content?
Mm-hmm. And obviously, of course, people use it differently, and there were conflicting answers, right?
Yep, of course.
And then those were then what are the, I don't want to call them buckets because you call that what's another word? Categories of, themes that people are looking for. Like if there's conflict, how do they fit differently?
If there's conflict in what? The grades?
No, not the grades. So like so people will say, "Oh, I want images. Oh, I don't want images. Oh, I want it to be short. No, I want it to be long." Right? And so like, were you able to kind of glean any information about like, okay, a person who wants to spend time on it wants the images and wants the to be longer, or
Yep.
like what,
Yeah.
or like
Actually,
it was more counterintuitive where I want it to be longer, but I don't want images. Right? You get what I'm saying?
I was able to glean actually a ton because I think I'm able to find a separation of that exact separation of before you find your lane and after you find your lane. Before you find your lane being tier list content, and after you find your lane being infographic content.
This Sam Black thingy.
Yes, because
Okay.
I think that specifically the clashes that people were having was more along the lines of when you're using said tier list. Even when we're talking about buckets, like truly bucketing things into the different informations felt like all content for the infographic. Every single time someone mentioned a bucket, right? Because they're trying to bucket based.
Infographic for?
Huh?
What is the infographic for? Are you on the tier list side of things or in the?
No, the infographic is just. Wait, what?
Why? What are you referring to as an infographic?
What's the word I used before?
Oh, I don't know.
It's what's not the tier list?
Oh, I don't know. You want to name it?
Yeah, I've been calling it an infographic. What did I call it before?
Wait, so are you pretty set on doing like an infographic, like a short?
To me, it seems like a really good idea, but like obviously nothing's like set in stone.
Okay, I
I
think
called
I'm
it a
just not
cheat sheet.
following your
Thank you.
vision. Cheat sheet.
Sorry, I called it a cheat sheet. Yeah, the infographic and the cheat sheet are the same thing.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I called it a cheat sheet
okay.
before,
I was
and
using
my
it.
language is inconsistent. That's why you got confused.
Okay, sorry I interrupted you if you don't. And I don't know where you were. Where were you?
I'm saying that like the biggest thing I got from this whole conversation is that there's a very clear divide of content that people consume, content that wants to be quick, indexable for the first 5 picks, and then content that wants to be more specific and context driven for after you decide your archetype.
Are you saying that the cheat sheet is also quick though?
The cheat sheet is also relatively quick, yeah.
Okay.
But it's more about images, right? It's more about like large hitting points. And like maybe down, like it doesn't have to fit into like one screen necessarily, right? Like below the fold can possibly be like other niche scenarios and cases and stuff. How to monetize an infographic is actually a great question that I hadn't considered. That's an A+ question. Because
Marketing.
I have no idea. I've got no idea how to monetize an infographic. That's such a great point. Because like with a YouTube video, I can just like it monetizes itself kind of because YouTube attaches ads to it.
Oh yeah.
But then I would assume, sadly, that Patreon is a much weaker form of monetization than YouTube. I would assume. You know? Maybe I have to make YouTube videos out of out of the cheat sheets, which you could, right?
That's something you can figure out once you actually figure out what you want to make.
I mean, like once we make the cheat sheet, we could just make a YouTube video and then have the Sam Black episode in its form and also the reference to that video.
You could be the thumbnail.
I mean, yeah, kind of can be.
Yeah, but once you figure out what you want, then we can look at like what distribution channels you have to work with, right?
Sure. That's a great question to consider, though, that I wasn't considering before.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is it? Do you wait longer to start talking because I'm here?
Yeah. I should probably invite you to talk more. But yeah, that's exactly where I'm at, and I think that's mostly what I got out of today.
Mm-hmm. You want two things.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the tier list as is, maybe with a few adjustments to understand like how maybe to present it in a way to allow them to transition into using your second piece of tool.
Yep.
Okay. And then the key defining features for both is actually that they're short and sweet.
Yep.
And easy to digest.
Yep.
Right? But then the way that they work are different. So ultimately they have a lot of the same like aesthetic features. Is that right?
Kind of. The tier list will be ugly and more data, like a spreadsheet. And the infographic will be like more of an infographic.
Okay, so I'm gonna can I like kind of just go off for a second?
Yep.
Okay, so if anyone's still here, obviously like still listening and stuff, I kind of wanted to say an opinion, and I just want to be proven wrong, right? Do you get what I'm saying? So
you want to be wrong?
So this isn't, so don't take this as like I think you should do this, but this is what I kind of expected, and I'm surprised that we're here at this point because it's very different from what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? And so like don't take what I'm about to say at just as is, because it's not the conclusion after all this, it's where I was.
Oh, okay.
Right. And so my expectation, I thought whenever we would do, so I had a little bit of an idea that it would be separated into two parts, or it would be a single tool that would morph as people are drafting. Right? Like you would have the thing and then people would like maybe like type in their cards that they had or whatever. Like I still don't understand why Untapped hasn't like someone hasn't like gotten really excited and made it to be part of using Untapped. Like you add in your cards or whatever and then it adjusts, and then you can just use like other people's opinions. Like you can add in like creators' opinions and stuff. But,
I mean, Untapped's grades change as you draft.
Yeah, but well, they change based on what they have embedded in their tool, right? Which is only like the opinions of like 3 people.
And the data of
right?
17 lands.
Oh, they actually do take 17 lands now.
Yep.
Oh, that's perfect. Then why do we need this? Oh, I should just stop talking. What am I doing? Wait, why? I didn't know that. Are you serious?
Yeah, so that's what draft shoot, I'm not a very good hashtag sponsored gamer here. What's the tool called? Draft the draft tool. Shoot, let me open Untapped.
Untapped, or is this called something else?
Untapped. It's built within the Untapped program. It's a premium feature. You have to pay for it. Drafts.
You have to pay for it.
Is it Draftism? No, it's not Draftism, is it? Is it called Draftism?
Why have we been talking about this?
Draftsmith. It's called Draftsmith. Yes.
Draftsmith?
Yeah, the Draftsmith. Thank you. It adjusts,
And
yes.
wait, so why do you care about the second half of the thing?
Because you're going to make me say it, even though I'm hashtag sponsored, because it's bad.
No, okay, what makes it bad?
It's just
What
inaccurate.
makes no, okay, what is inaccurate?
So it doesn't tell you about like why things are contextual, right? It just still poops out kind of like a number.
Oh, so it's an algorithm that doesn't have any articulation behind it that
It
you
has
can
no
actually
articulation, I
say.
think. Yes,
Okay. So basically they haven't told you how it works.
I think so.
And so that's the part that you're trying to fill in.
Yes.
So you don't actually want the tool, you just want the definitions of things for people.
Well, kind of, because like it's also an overlapping amount of buckets that also is contextual based on the format. Like for example, what Darkest Mage was saying earlier, is that like there's some cards you don't ever want more than one of, and I think that's something that would be noted on the cheat sheet / infographic. And like, you know, the infographic / cheat sheet could have notes about sub archetypes, right? You're in blue green, but there's a specific type of blue green. Like if you get a couple of these specific, normally really bad uncommon, that now you can draft like a Blorkashmork type of blue green deck. You know, and the Blorkashmork blue green deck is actually really good, but only if you already have this condition met. And that's all stuff that can be noted on the cheat sheet.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out right now is logistically, when someone opens their draft and they found, so let's say the tier list has done its job, you're here, they found a lane, they're drafting. What are they thinking when they look at your image? I don't know, whatever.
So here's I'm a user, right? I'm a user and I'm
Okay.
drafting. I have browser open on one monitor, I have arena open on the other. I have my pack opened. I quickly Google or not Google.
You look for a
Sorry, I
card.
quickly command F where a couple of cards that stand out to me are, and I see where they are on the tier list. It's like, oh, is this good? I can't tell. So I look it up on the tier list. And then, okay, now I'm going to make my pick. That happens repeatedly, like 5 times. And then all of a sudden, it turns out I have 3 green cards and 2 black cards. Then I go to maybe like some sort of section that says like green-black cheat sheet. I click on it, right? And as the draft goes on, I'm like reading it. I'm referring to like this image and be like, oh, this says I want to take as many undercover scrolls as possible. So I'm going to, you know, I see an undercover scroll of tap pack. I take it. And then I sort of use that as context, right? And it's like, oh, if I get like, I don't know, Pet Avengers, then like, you know, Pet Avengers color becomes really good.
Yeah, like, are we just trying to make better draftsmith? Why don't you just talk to Untapped?
I don't want
Like,
anything
legitimately.
automated. I think there's zero. So I'm having the user do a lot of the legwork still. And there's going to be nothing automated that can be sufficient.
Okay, can you tell me why?
Because I think Magic is way too complicated for anything boiling down to a simple number to ever be sufficient.
Why?
Because I'm not that good at programming. I mean, if you want the truth, like, what other answer is there?
No. Is it okay? So let's try to be as specific as possible, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you saying that there are just too many variables that you're trying to figure out, and juggling those variables are too difficult? Like, you know, like, are you saying that there's like, okay, so 5 variables that you kind of have to mess around with and do some sort of math with, which someone who's better at math will figure out, or whatever it is, you know, makes a thing, right? And then spits out a number that tells you like, oh, this is a better card, right? So 5 is something that's imaginable. Like, it's you can see where that could go, right? Like, you have a vision for how that could work out, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying that there's like a certain number of variables that it exceeds? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is it because you think you have to process like 100 different aspects of this card?
Yeah, I am, because theoretically, I think in the land of complete theory, a specific draft algorithm that just spits out a number could, in theory, draft perfectly. Considering what's on the wheel, what you have in your deck, the archetype, what's popular in the format, I think all of those could be considered. I have no confidence that I can make that.
Okay, so how far? So like, let's say 100% is the, that ideal. Yeah, like this thing drafts better than anyone a person on the
Mm-hmm.
earth does. Okay, so that's like 100%.
Yep.
Okay. Um, someone who's totally new to the game clearly doesn't know how to read the cards. That's
Yep.
0, right?
Sure. Yeah.
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 So then can you place people? Sorry, this is really mean, possibly.
Yeah.
But
Whatever.
maybe people, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
can you place yourself, right?
Yep.
How close you are to one side, and then like a new player who learns to read the cards, like,
Uh-huh.
like sorry, maybe we shouldn't have this conversation in public. I don't
That's
know.
fine. Whatever.
But people you're comfortable effectively grading in this scale,
So 0 is the worst draft
right?
possible, and then 100 is the best draft possible.
With the best draft possible. Okay.
Mhm.
And then so some of the key breakpoints that I want to know is, first of all, you as a person, maybe it's best just to use you, right? And then maybe just have a descriptor of like, okay, are you like a better drafter that a lot of people look at to get guidance from?
Yeah.
So maybe that's one. And then you have to then on the flip side look at then you have to look at the flip side and say, where do the people who are looking for guidance, where do they sit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you understand why I'm asking this?
I mean, maybe. I will take my best guess. I would put myself at like 85, somewhere around 85. And I would put someone who is like, let's say they're just starting to really enjoy Magic. They're just starting to consume content. You know, like they're
someone who would
serious.
watch your tier list thing.
Yeah, someone who would want a tier list, right? I would say that person is probably around like 70 or like 65 to 70.
So they're actually more than halfway there already.
I would say so, yeah.
So then the gains that you're about to have from having this tool is really nothing. And so that helps me understand your perspective, I think.
Yeah. So like, but I think for people it'll feel like a lot. Like for example, when you first start playing,
starting at 0.
yeah, when you first start playing Magic, when you first start, you'll probably be like 20 to 30. I think in a month of just playing the game, not consuming any content, I think you could get up to like 60. Right? And when you start consuming content, I think you're somewhere between like 60, 65.
Okay.
And then from where I'm at, I would guess I'm like somewhere like 85.
Okay. And then can you tell me who's like on, like, who do you think's closest to 100? You know, like you don't have to name anyone specific, but like where does like a normal actual person who's
90.
professional 90? They live around 90.
I
So
think
it's
that
okay.
I think probably the best draft in the world is probably a 90.
So even within that, so let's like re-look at the graph, right?
Yep.
And so maybe we need to cut out the people who don't know how to play at all, because
Sure.
then in reality, then maybe they're not actually relevant information, right?
Hey y'all, if you suck at Magic, Hand's gonna cut you out.
That's the whole thing. My goodness. Right. No, but for the purpose of it, those are people who would never use this thing anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And so I mean, it makes sense. Like if you're talking about these people who are trying to find gains,
Mhm.
right? Is it that what you're providing feels like everything? Right? Because if you think about it, if you say from 60, did you say 60-ish or 65 or
Like
whatever
60 to 65.
85,
Yeah.
right? And then what is that? That's a difference of like 20.
Yeah.
And then another step is like what, 15? You're giving them more than half of their way up, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So then in reality, you could see that as like, oh, that's actually huge improvement in their perspective of what they're gaining.
Yeah. I think it'll feel like huge gains for them. You went really quiet.
So then, no, I'm processing. I'm thinking. Also, heck, why is everyone so not nice to me?
No, everyone's joking. It's fine.
I don't know how to tell some jokes.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you,
Some
everyone's
jokes.
joking.
I mean, some are very obvious.
No one's being mean to you,
obviously,
because if
but-
someone is mean to you, I would destroy them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. So there's like sarcasm, but there's also like what's the word? Like the joking but not joking.
Yeah.
Like there's an element of truth to the joke. And I think that's the part that I get concerned with, because I don't you know, I know you added a note. Which I feel like that maybe that's one of the ones that I needed a little bit of a note.
If you sorry, like you want me to put, okay, so now time to get unsponsored by untap.gg. If you just follow Draftsmith, I think you're at a 50.
So you feel like people are going backwards. Like
Yes.
you said that earlier, but I didn't really see
Yeah.
that in context.
Like I think
Okay.
Bobbers is right.
Okay.
So if you're just starting to consume content, I think you're probably at a 60 to 65, and if you just follow Draftsmith, I think you're at a 50.
Can you be? I'm really sorry that I'm essentially making you do this.
Yep.
But can you help me wrap my head around why it's worse? What makes it worse exactly?
I just think that
Like,
there's not enough variables considered in an algorithm to properly prioritize the cards. Like
So hold on.
to strike the balance of curve, removal, context in the set, synergy, right? Specifically, all those things combined. Like Magic drafting is a balancing act about what you can expect to see, what you have, versus like ways to make up for your weaknesses in your deck. That's another big one that like an algorithm just right now just cannot process.
I love this, by the way. Because it's what's the word? I think I've been asking kind of the same question over and over again in different ways,
Yeah.
right? And then it ties back in. And I like when you're able to say something that you're able to articulate the whole thing, like the thing that actually helps people understand. It's like, yeah, you need to balance your removal, make your weaknesses
Oh, sure.
apparent. You know, like that. I feel like you need these conversations if you want to feel comfortable with coaching.
That's true.
That's a tangent.
I'm not gonna lie. I probably would be a pretty good coach, but I still don't. That's another bag of worms. I want a curriculum I can show somebody before I start coaching.
But this is how you get it, though, right?
Yeah. I literally want like I want an infographic on the trajectory of someone's development in Magic, and I want to be able to point to some place and say, this is where you are.
Well, okay, so I feel like that's a little bit flawed.
Oh, yeah?
Well, because, I mean, you and I have already kind of established, like, where I am with games.
Yep.
Right? And so, like, I can understand concepts if you talk to them articulately,
Yeah.
but I don't understand a lot of physical things.
No, I know exactly
Right?
where
And
you
so
are. You're lacking knowledge, but you have a lot of theoretical skill.
Yeah, but that's the difference, right? So then you have to have multiple branches.
Well, it's not just linear, right? There's different skills.
Yeah,
Like it would be more like an RPG, like a skill tree, right, or something like that.
Roots.
Yeah.
I like thinking about it, roots. Anyway. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I was processing before because we were talking about how, like, yeah, Draftsmith feels like a 50 when, people just playing on their own is just a 60.
Yep.
Or something already. So then it's the same thing about that. Is it true then? So if a tier list has a certain ranking in a set order and that certain cards flip order, like we were saying before, based on context. So Draftsmith isn't tongue-tied. Draftsmith is unable to recognize those like flops, like flip-flops, right?
Yep.
And is that a key aspect that it doesn't consider, or is it just one of the many?
One of the many.
Okay. So I think that, let me just go out on a limb. I think that if you can be as harsh of a critic about why Draftsmith isn't actually working, you will find exactly the cheat sheets that you want to create.
I think.
Right? I feel like that's just what
are you running a sting operation?
What's a sting operation?
a sting is where like someone like poses as shoot, how do I describe a sting? It's like you're trying you're trying to expose how like
I'm trying to get you.
You're trying to get me, yeah. You're just trying to get me to lose my sponsorship.
Yeah. No, okay, but this is another thing.
Yeah.
If you're is enterprising the right word? You would just go to them and say, "Hey, these are all the things that are lacking, and I think you could implement some of these within it,"
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like if
Sure.
you have enough, I think, programming like experience
No.
where you could be like, "Oh,
Not
no, no,
enough.
no, 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 conceptually. I think you have
Okay.
enough conceptual experience, like understanding about like how it could work, and then talk to someone about like, oh, this is something I think that could be implemented, and
Yeah.
this is I think why it's lacking,
Yep.
and it needs to have a like some parameter or something that allows these contexts to be considered more. And so, and you could be the person, you could be the content creator that provides it, and there you are on Untapped as like the guy, the dill.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna.
You could,
I'm here. I'm here to. Sorry, Louise. It's Scotty time.
but no, do you understand what I'm saying, right? Like if you like, let's say you take this archetypes thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then it's what your thing that you would do. Like
Yeah.
just imagine that this is something that would work. I feel like it's not whole as a
Mm-hmm.
concept, but just bear with me. If you say, okay, this set has X archetypes, and within each archetype, you make a tier list, right? So you give things a score about how well they perform within a an archetype, right? And then they use that information, those data points or whatever it is,
Yep.
to weight higher when they do the draftsmith score, right? And so that allows that information to do the flopping thing that you wanted. Like, let's just assume that it works, you know? You'd have to probably come up with a better algorithm or something or whatever, I don't know, or like a better way to process that information. But do you get what I'm saying? And that source could be you. Or the way that you view things on 17 lands. I don't know, like how you process things on 17 lands. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know what information is available out there that you could do to like help get a better accurate representation of
I
what
don't.
you actually feel about it.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can continue this conversation until I perhaps maybe either use Draftsmith more or watch Jim Davis's series.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh, that was another question. How many times have you used this thing?
None.
Like, like, yeah, like can you next time when you draft, can you see it and record it and then go back and look at it? Obviously don't make because if you think it's bad, then don't literally use it, but then have it somewhere
Sure.
where you can see the numbers.
Sure. I mean,
Excuse me.
I have for a time I had numbers up, etc. But yeah, I can take more of an active use of it.
Sorry. You said you have it. You can already see it when you're
Yeah.
streaming. Oh, okay. Oh, but it's not on the VOD, yeah, because you don't have it on your.
It's not on the VOD. No. I mean, I could put it
I
on the
see.
VOD. I think.
Well, that's up to you. I don't know. Like that could be like an experimental week where you put it on the VOD and then you can go look at it and then
Yeah.
see what it is and
I mean,
then
it's
see
not.
how you can gauge some patterns.
It's also not entirely impossible. Like things change all the time. The product changes. I'm sure. It's not entirely impossible that I'll try it and then I'll. What if I just become like an algorithm truther? I'd be like, yeah, Draftsmith is perfect.
You can
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm
yeah, like
sorry.
a plus
Everything.
minus system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's different ways to do it. Like you could just talk to someone who knows a little bit more about the nature of how, things play out, right? And that more accurately represents what you actually think about it. Like, is it a multiplier? Is it, plus negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it an average? So, like I don't know what there is, what options there are. So it'd be someone who knows that better than me that you'd have to talk to, and then they can work it out with you.
Yep.
That's also another idea. Channel points, CP. Hey, what happened to I coach people, huh?
Yeah, we want to put that up.
This is your stream. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh, I thought that was a joke.
Yeah, get wrecked. No, that one wasn't a joke,
am I?
apparently. I thought it was a joke too, but it
I
wasn't
don't know
a
who
joke.
I am anymore.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Who am I?
Is there anything else that you want to talk about before we go eat some food
Are you done now?
and play video games? Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
kind
You're
of.
try to end it. My bad.
Well, I mean,
My bad.
I think I'm done. I think I've gotten what I wanted to out of this whole thing. I
Mhm.
mean, except
Oh,
except
sorry.
reading the cards. I haven't actually read the set yet.
That's what I was gonna ask you. How did you feel about that? Because I wasn't actually paying attention the whole time.
It
that you were
was
reading.
rough, but there were inklings of goodness in there. I think. I think
Okay,
I need to be a little bit more organized, and if I knew what the cards were beforehand, I think that would help. I mean, I could
yeah,
just
what
go
about
back
the
and
set
finish
review?
reading. I could just go back and finish reading the cards. That would help me, and I kind of do need help because the direct is coming up soon, and having a high win rate during the direct is extremely profitable.
The set review is okay. So what was the order that you were looking at the cards?
I started going by archetypes, and then everything I thought would be related to those archetypes, right? Like I looked at what Wizards said that each archetype was about. So, for example, Blue-White Recruit, I looked at what all the cards recruited. Then I looked at all the synergy cards that are supposed to pay off for Recruit, and then be like, okay, well, this looks like what the archetype wants to do. And then now I'm sort of reading them by commons.
Scotty.
What?
Scotty.
What?
Why do I talk to you?
What?
You're literally doing the thing.
What thing?
Sometimes I feel like you just need a mirror that tells you like this is how you look at a set. I think about what you just did there.
What are you talking about?
You just want a summary of what you're doing, which is that you're looking at cards with Recruit. And then what are you looking for when you're looking at Recruit?
Yeah.
You looked at the archetypes. You figured out there's an archetype.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So why is that not just the second part?
That is totally the second part of.
Yeah.
That's totally what's gonna be included on the cheat sheet / infographic.
Yeah, but you were what? Okay, so I don't. The baffling part for me right now. I'm standing now.
Are you worked up?
Yeah, a little bit.
You wanna come fight?
Yeah, it's fine. No, what I don't understand is that if you took yourself as a case study and acknowledge that this is what you do
Yep.
when you look at cards, you would have arrived there without ever asking anyone anything.
I think if you put me in a room and you asked me to just really, 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 really think about it, I think I could have arrived at the same conclusion, but
A
slower.
very similar place.
Yeah, but slower.
Well, okay, I don't think it would even be slower. This is my argument.
All right. By the way, this is once again hand calling chat useless. This is just a hand bashing on chat once again.
Hey, why do I have to be placed like this here?
Hey, do you know what I appreciate? Okay, so no kappas aside, right? I mean, like if it's the truth, it's the truth. You don't hold back. That's what I respect about you. You're not here to preserve anyone's feelings.
I'm not trying to be mean, okay? No, but I'm saying it's baffling to me looking at you and the nature of how you actually approach a set.
Yeah.
And then you just literally just film yourself, write down in a journal what you did.
Yeah.
And then you look at that and then you say, "Oh, this would have been really useful for me."
No. Okay, look. I'm here to defend chat. I'm the chat's defender here. What I really learned today was how many people did not like the video primer. Because I would have still wanted to do a video primer.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
That's chat's true. Great. Chat's lovely. And not
I never
useless.
said chat was bad.
Nah, I put those words in your mouth. I was mean to you.
But yeah. I'm just saying, in terms of that one part, maybe you would have arrived at the same conclusion.
Yeah.
If,
Yeah, see, if I was just making it for myself, I would have never come to the infographic cheat sheet conclusion.
No, but okay. This is another argument that I think I have a lot with you, is that I think the best content is the stuff that you wish your predecessors made for you.
I don't remember that. That's hard for me. That's hard for me because I don't remember.
Why?
Because my entirety of learning how to play Magic was the only thing I thought about was socially fitting in. There's people playing
Oh.
Magic, and all I want to do is fit in because I'm socially outcast, and I need to like have a shared hobby in order to not feel like I'm so alone in life. Because
Wait, isn't that still another context that you can do? Is that like, how do I make something that allows people to communicate better with their peers?
sure, yeah, that's another thing of content we could think about and do. That's
Of
that's
like,
why like that's why I like do like AMA stuff on my title and such, and try to be more welcoming of people into the community. And I try not to put down players who are misplaying against me because that's important to me.
that's just being nice and like not a jerk.
Okay, well,
Understand this.
there's a lot
Where
of
I don't know
jerks
where
out
this is
there.
coming from. Oh, insecurities. Um, it's okay. No, but then wait, what? I don't understand where this is coming from. I thought we were talking about content. That's just like being decent. I can't necessarily. Is it though? You don't think that people just like who are mean sounding or like that's just like a portion of their day? Like people, everyone gets cranky and
Well,
grumpy
if you
and
want to
stuff.
put out, okay, now we're getting to the weeds. We're like done talking about productive things. We're getting to the
Okay.
weeds now. So Sotobu, I'm picking on Sotobu right now.
Why?
I mentioned like something in jest, but also somewhat has a grain of truth, where they like looking at tier lists to feel like superior to the people making the tier list. And like there is an aspect of ego fulfillment in Magic, where you ascribe your personal intelligence to your skill in Magic. That's like kind of natural-ish, I think, with a strategy game, with a game of puzzling and thinking like Magic, where you ascribe some of your personal intelligence and self-worth to the game and how you think about it. You know, so therefore, it is also sort of natural if you give into sort of more base desires that the more you put other people down, the better you feel about yourself.
Do you though?
I mean, okay, it doesn't really matter if that's like whether or not that's true or not. That's like it's just how
If it
people
works?
feel. That's how
Where do we
people
learn
feel
that?
like they want to do.
Where do you learn that putting someone else down is like good feeling?
Well, I don't know. If you like kick someone off the swing at a playground and other people laugh, then you feel like you're the center of positive attention and that you've, I don't know, succeeded. You've won the interaction, I
Why
guess.
are they laughing to begin with?
this is, we're, we're really getting into it now, huh? Why do they laugh? That's, gosh, I don't know. Like, why does tribalism exist? This is like just chatting now. Are you gone? Have you disconnected?
No, I'm processing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now.
These are questions you've asked.
No, what okay, so what I don't understand is how we got into what we're talking about content and then I'm still hung up on that like from a few minutes ago. Yeah, I still don't know how we got to the point where you're like I'm trying to be a nice decent person on as a streamer, but like what does that have to do with the content that you wish you had?
No, I'm just saying that like I'm saying that I'm trying to be a little bit more welcoming of people who are learning the game because I think that would have helped me growing up, or
Oh,
not growing
you
up, but
want content that helps you feel welcome,
yeah,
like quite literally.
yeah.
I see. I mean, then do you really care about anything else? I don't know. Is that not deep enough?
Well, okay, if we're talking about where you're at, right? if you're starting to consume strategic content for Magic, you are already in the community. You're already in.
Mhm.
And what I'm talking about is like there's another whole section of content that can help people get into that community. In fact, I think that section, that puzzle to solve is probably the most important one because that's the okay. Now to talk time to boil human beings down into numbers. But like that's the bigger slice of the pie, right? Because more people are not in the Magic content consuming community than there are. So I think in order to appeal to a non-content consuming community is probably really, really, really helpful, right? As a content creator, like you want to be the person to introduce people into Magic. For example, I've talked about Grubby with Yuhan at length, right? He runs like this, or he's been running like this streamer tournament where he introduces people to Warcraft 3 by taking streamers from other communities and like forcing them to play Warcraft. But like that's like sort of a way to introduce people into a community, right? That's not strategic content for the community. It's entertainment, sure, but it's a way to increase your increase your size of the pie.
Why are you making tier lists, son? So, okay, let me pause for a second.
Yep.
I have a big so I think we get into a lot of arguments about stuff when we talk about the direction of where you're going and all that kind of stuff, because
Yeah.
I think I have a pretty clear idea of what you want.
Yep.
But then you'll say things that are really different from that.
Okay.
And then I'm like, well, great. Now I don't know what I'm working with.
Yeah.
Right. And then I guess I get a bit frustrated when we end up going back. And then like I knew where he was going the whole time, but then for some reason it didn't sound like it, and I don't know why. So do you know what I think?
What do you think?
Or actually, I try not to say it, but I feel a lot more comfortable saying it nowadays because for the first like I don't know how many years have you been streaming? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it was difficult for you to be able to say it yourself.
Okay.
Right? Like all together. But now I think they're aligning a little bit better and you're pushing back. So I feel a little bit safer to like actually say my opinion.
Okay.
And do you want to give it a try first? Actually,
I
guess
have
should
no
ask.
idea what you're about to say.
No. Do you want to give a try about like where does a tier list and a cheat sheet lie in your life? Why do you want to do those things?
In my life?
Yeah. Or how do they fit in?
That's Han.
Hi.
Not like that's very descriptive. But
Disembodied voice in another room.
But I feel like it's really good to cement myself as a sort of good de facto community content creator, right? To then leverage into expanding my territory.
These are okay, but I think this is always the case. I'm just gonna say something that's not very nice.
Okay, sure. Lay it on me. To me,
Most
about
of the
me, right?
questions, yes, it's about you.
Yep.
Most of the time when I ask you a question about how something fits in your life and I try to get something about your identity and your you know,
Yeah.
right? I always seem to get the what everyone expects me to say answer. The societal, this is what a man is answer in this context.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, did I give a very man answer?
Yeah.
This is how I'm expecting to bring money into this household.
Exactly.
I will hunt.
Exactly.
I will hunt the mammoth. Cook its meat.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Is your title accurate to what's happening? I don't think it is.
The tier list is dead.
Yeah, tier list is dead. I'm not about. Oh yeah. Are you gonna say a serious answer? Because I'm assuming someone.
Oh, Han's my wife.
Okay, there we go. Anyway, I'm gonna go give it a go then.
Yep.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay. This is a flavor of, yeah, I think Scotty wants to be a variety streamer, but it's not exactly. But in terms of Magic, if you're going to continue, I think what you want is to set an example of how to, let me get the words here, treat each other. Like you want to be a community leader in a very generic sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
About how you want to talk about other people, how you want to introduce them to the game, how to talk about the game. You want to influence how people converse, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Like that, I think that's the very general sense. And so whenever the perspective I take and the fundamental um lens that I'm trying to see things through is that you make a tier list and you do it in a way so that people are more inclined to think for themselves, have a better vocabulary or whatever it may be to discuss amongst themselves
Sure.
about things.
Yep.
Right? So I don't think that you're necessarily trying to get like the new players. I think you just want to get the players who are already here to talk better about it so that they're nicer to the new players when they get here.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Yeah.
Like, I think that's because every time I push the whole, let's work on new players, let's work on talking to new players, right?
Yep.
I think you're actually a lot more passionate about talking to the people who are already here and helping them figure out how to like talk to those new players
I also think that
than the actual new players.
so I also think a good really good maybe side effect, but also maybe a high impact effect of doing the cheat sheet / infographics is that they're actually extremely digestible for new players. And that will give them patterns to start talking about things and thinking about things themselves. And I think that's the main draw of it, right? Because like a
Well,
tier
it could
list,
be a fundamental marker. Yeah.
a tier list is actually extremely difficult for a new player to extract useful thoughts from, because it's just letters. Like, what does that mean? But if you can articulate basic thoughts, basic fundamental thoughts via via cheat sheet / infographic, that is literally an example of what you do think or what you think while you draft and play for that matter. So I think that it's not only just having people who exist within the Magic community be able to talk to new players. It's literally for new players. Actually, it's great new player content to start getting a little bit more in the Magic community itself.
I think you're saying the same thing, but it's okay.
Okay.
I think we're saying basically the same thing.
Okay.
Right? No?
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like you're just saying yeah.
No. I just think it's really easy for new players as well, and I think that new player content. This is also really good new player content.
Okay, so I don't think you understand what I mean by new players.
Oh, you mean like new player acquisition?
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's not new player. You're right. It's not new player acquisition.
Yeah, okay.
You're right.
You get what the difference is, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I'm literally not going to. I'm not going to be able to virally hook people into playing Magic the Gathering via these cheat sheets.
That is a very clear distinction between what you do.
Yep.
What you lean towards when I talk
Yeah.
to you versus what Grubby's doing. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would also argue, if you want to
Or
fight,
with those specific events.
I
Sorry.
would also argue that there's a lot of very stark differences between the game of Warcraft 3 and Magic the Gathering that make
Of course.
his job a lot easier.
Yeah. Visual
Yeah.
aids, etc. Yeah. Popularity.
Because like it's
Of
to,
other
to watch
ways.
it to
Yeah.
simply watch a game of Magic will almost never draw someone into the game.
Yeah.
But watching a game of
So-
Warcraft 3 could draw someone into the game because there's like it's easy to understand, things hit each other, things die. It's very action based.
I think that if Magic had a different UI, maybe it might have
Yeah.
helped with like if the creatures were bigger. Like legitimately, if the creatures were bigger and then you saw the art more and then you saw these things, like
Yep, the art-
that's something I think people would get into.
The art and the flavor is how to hook new players.
Yeah. But anyway, so in the life cycle, I don't want to call it a cycle, but like, right, like you start out totally new, you don't know about it, you find out about it, what makes you interested, what
Yep.
makes you look up how to play this game, learn how people talk about it, then you're part of the community and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's if you look at where people are and you can see where your intended market is. If you can identify exactly who are you trying to target,
Yep.
then I think you can make more clear, like clear. Is there a better word than clear? Clear content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting thing that Organic Chicken said. Why would they look up
Meeting.
content? Why would why would an actual new player look up content instead of just like go just to hang out with friends? Because that wasn't my experience. Like, like it took me a while to even consider content. Is that really how people interact with Magic nowadays? They look up content even if they've like never played the game before?
Because they're
But
lost.
but like they don't
YouTube
want to
is like
get
the place
better.
to
They're
go,
just
right?
Don't they just not want to get better? They're just there to like enjoy a weekend with their friends and then they just go out and eat lunch with them or something. Also, like we're poisoned. Any experience that we have coming from Magic the Gathering, we're poisoned because we're like already sweaty, try-hard gamers. I know specifically Admirable is a very competitive person, so like it makes sense for someone like you. It makes sense for you people to look up strategy before you jump into a new thing. But I feel like most players don't.
Okay, I'm gonna throw out another possible idea. Magic, in and of itself, without any context, is a very complicated game, and I don't think people enjoy being lost,
Sure.
right? And therefore, will try to find anything that will clarify something for them in this experience.
Yeah. Okay.
That they've had an experience where they felt really lost,
Mhm.
and they maybe like the energy of
Mhm.
the event or the people that they hang out with that took them to the event or whatever put them there in the first place,
Yep.
right? And so they just want something that will help them feel more safe,
Yeah. So
ultimately.
isn't what I'm showing on the screen now exactly like kind of perfect for that then? That level?
No. Wait, what?
Oh boy, yeah, I
Wait,
just got shut down. This is why I married. This is why I married you.
wait, what? What
There's like a perfect level of like just you shut it down so quickly. You're just like, hey, isn't this piece of content by esteemed content creator Nikolai Bolas kind of useful
Why?
for it? And they're just like,
Why?
no, no. It's good. It's good. That's good. I like it.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
don't say sorry.
sorry.
It's good.
I'm sorry.
So
I don't want
look.
anyone to feel bad.
Hey,
That's not the
hey,
intention.
you gotta have
But
thick
if you want,
skin. You gotta have thick
huh?
skin if you're a content creator.
Well, okay, I have intention,
Yeah.
right? And none of the intention is to put people down,
Yeah. Well, Nikolai can take
right?
it. I've never
Okay.
talked to this guy in my life.
Okay. Okay.
I know of him though.
I see.
Anyway, wait. So why isn't this what you're thinking about? Like, does this not make you feel safe as a new player?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of assumed information, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, I feel like when you look at it, you have to look at the thing and assume like you're telling a program to do it. Like, so if you fed this information into like an AI chat or something,
Yeah.
can it give you, is it doing the thing that you're asking it to do?
Mm.
You know? And if there's any hesitation about like, oh, what is this? Like, I don't know what the circle is with the color and the gold to begin with.
Sure.
So that's not explained, for example. And then
Yeah, actually, that's how Arena
3
depicts
tiers are power
multicolor
level.
cards.
What's that?
That's how Arena depicts multicolor cards.
So this is for Arena,
No, this is for pre-release.
but this is for pre-release. So why do you care about the gold thing?
Uh,
But anyway, that's nitpicking.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
well, yeah, that's a choice or whatever it is, right?
I think you're right. And to be extremely like critical, the market for something like this doesn't exactly align with what it's asking of you. Because you know, like
Also?
what people are saying is actually right. How do you know? Like it's like, you know, open the pack, sort by color, and then number 2,
How do you know what's
the
the
rest, draw the rest of the owl, right?
Yeah.
You know, like just do it. Like number 1, open pack, sort by color. Number 2, build your deck.
Yeah.
Right, kind of, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So I can see what you're saying, but like, you know, but let's forget the actual image.
Mhm.
And more along the lines of this type of where it's aimed towards.
Oh, who is this for? Who's the market?
You know, right? Like if I feel like something like this could make you feel really safe. And
Okay, can I tell you something that's this is constructive feedback, hopefully.
yeah,
So if this person ever does come in here and see like here's what we're saying. So there's a couple like things that are misaligned, I think. Meaning like the person actually using it isn't going to be looking at this. They also don't know what best, solid, and these whatevers are because they haven't read enough about it to make those decisions.
Yeah.
So that those are 2 key points. Another one, and I feel bad for saying this, but there's a certain level of polish I think required for people who are new to something because I don't feel like I'm in good hands by looking at this page.
yeah, okay, yeah, lay it on.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I
Like I'm
understand.
sorry, right? So there is a little bit of there's priority. There's a reason why certain things are bigger, some things are smaller text wise because they draw in attention, right? Delineation of information to like process it. So like you kind of you need to get into people's heads and say this is the first thing that they'll look at, and then they'll naturally look down at this information and then look to this information to what's the word? Not articulate, to better understand what you've just laid out.
Mhm.
Right. And so there's a pathing. There's a natural pathing of how your eyes are drawn towards information.
Mhm.
Right. And yeah, it's not like what do you see first when you look at this?
The mana symbol.
I see the best solid filler first.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And that in and of itself is kind of bad. Right?
Okay.
Because if we're not all looking at the exact same thing, that means you're not predicting where people are going.
Yeah, I also see points.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so in that sense, like there's a lot of stuff that you can't like unless you're like a designer or someone, someone where that's like their job. You won't be able to articulate exactly why people do these things, but it's kind of necessary, I think, for people to feel safe with the information that you're giving them. There's a lot of that's another thing with like I'm sure with like news and politics and stuff. Like people there's way to make people think that you're looking to make people think that they're looking at credible information with information being total garbage, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's like a thing. And so it needs to have those elements that allow you to feel safe while looking at this information.
Okay.
You know?
Well, sure. Okay.
In order for it to be good for a new player as well.
Regardless, once again, right? Like, let's forget this. Let's forget what's on the screen. let's forget.
Yeah, sorry, but that's just a point. Is that if you, for anyone who's trying to get into content creation, that's like that you have to think about that perspective. Like, who are you trying to make this for? And I think the new players are the pickiest of the bunch, like legitimately.
Well, because they have so many options. They're in the market for something new, and they could just do something else with their time.
Exactly, and they're going off like pure like feeling, you know, right? They don't know what they're looking for. They just look at it, and then they're out in like less than a minute.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why those kinds of things I think have a really high bar of what you need to do for like polish.
Okay, so we're talking about a different type of. So if the content I want to make / have been talking about this whole time is designed for players who are already in the community, You're still talking about acquiring new players
Yes.
to like encouraging people to play Magic the Gathering through my content.
Sorry, yeah. So I think if you want to summarize in the most like not unkind way, is that you don't have to work as hard for the people who are already here.
So I'm just trying to go for the path of least resistance. Is that what you're saying?
Like, no, that's kind of isn't that kind of the summary of what I just said?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Anyways,
Um.
well, no, that's not my suggestion. It's just that, yeah, that is a note of your content may have more flexibility and be more forgiving if
I mean, like, look
if
at
you
the
don't target the
stream.
new players. What? What?
Well, I mean, I've changed the image like 3 times, and I'm just like yapping for like an hour, 2 hours, and that's like the content, you know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
like I show up in my underwear and I play Magic the Gathering, and then I go like, all right, I'm done playing Magic the Gathering, I log off. You know, it's not
Which is
like
why you have to
I'm not,
do so much work.
because some people like literally you know, when I hear about streamers and stuff, they're like, oh, I really like the idea of having my own TV show. So like this is my show. You know, I'm log on, I'm professional, I stream, and this is my show. And I'm like, yeah, I was just play some Magic. And I was like, I'm over here like picking my nose and stuff. Like, oh, dang, I lose. You know. So yeah, it's certainly, I'm certainly not acquiring new players by sitting here, you know, jamming boxes.
Hmm. Admittedly, okay, so this is another thing. I don't think that people acknowledge enough how much work Scotty has put in specifically to be a good communicator on stream. That's something that people don't see. Because if you're performing well, there's no complaints, right? No one notices. And so like I think that you've put in am I making you uncomfortable?
No,
Are you sure?
yeah, I'm pretty sure. If it was false, I'd be
Okay.
uncomfortable.
If it was what?
If it was false, I get what you're saying.
It was false?
Yeah.
Oh,
If you're
okay,
just
yeah.
lying.
If I'm straight up lying, why would I do that? Anyway. But yeah, so like I honestly think that a lot of the community that has revolved around you is because of the effort and time and experience that you've built up over however many years. And a lot of arguing with me.
Yep.
Right? And I think that's quite literally translated.
It has, yeah. I mean,
Right?
the stream is a product of all the years we've been streaming, and it's like you know, it's like a good old rock that gets eroded over time, that becomes the shape that it is today.
I don't know where you're going with that one, but okay.
There's a reason this is the only MTG stream I watch, and I'm very aware why. Yeah, it's because of the sword.
The sword?
It's because it's the only stream
Oh,
that
the sword.
because Bobbers is modded on. Yeah, obviously.
I see. Is that a joke or is there actually some truth to that?
I don't know. There might be a grain of truth to that.
I have to ask. I have to ask.
Oh, you have an Ekil sword. Oh, nice. Ekil has good taste.
Oh.
That's why I respect Ekil. That man's got good taste. Ekil also likes Marvel superheroes as a set. That's good taste. And he also doesn't like SOS. I'm just kidding. Admirable also has good taste. Even though I think Admirable's flipped on that opinion.
Oh no! Oh man.
Okay, we don't have to get into it again.
Anyways,
Yep.
tier list.
Yep.
Where does it live in your life?
Where does it live in my life? I mean, I still
Yes.
feel like it's a good. Okay, so now we're back to the question of well, to be honest, I have no idea what content I should make in order to draw new players into the game of Magic. I don't.
I think I've just typically sat on the idea that why don't you just make it for everyone? Like choose a group, make something for them, choose another group, make something for them, and evaluate how that process went. You know, do the postmortem or whatever.
I mean, just like throw stuff at a wall.
I mean, yeah, kind of. And I honestly think that like if you can understand a specific group of people and their needs and their wants and do some version of extending empathy essentially about like what those people want and need, right?
Yeah.
People will want something, they won't necessarily need it, but if you can give them something that they need, packaged in a way that they want, right? That's a conversation we had.
Yep.
Is and then you see how fulfilling that is,
Okay.
right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's another way to put it.
What, that you should just try stuff and see how it turns out and how much you liked it?
I mean, sort of, yeah.
I mean,
Because like how else do you this is the same thing. If you're trying to find a new hobby, what are you going to do?
try stuff and then see if you like it.
Yeah. You got to try it.
Yeah.
You're not
okay.
going to just stare at it and be like, "I think I like basketball. There's a ball and it's orange. I think I like orange. And it has black lines, I guess. What's the basketball made of? I don't know. I've never touched one." Yeah, like
Huh.
what is Doug Doug?
I don't know who Doug Doug is. That sounds like Zug Zug. Zug Zug.
Zug Zug. Is that a Warcraft?
It is.
Uh,
I'll look up Doug Doug.
Dog Dog. I don't know who that is, but doggies.
Hey, Adeline.
I think that Scotty could use an encouraging word to say that it's okay to try new things.
I mean, fine. We'll just try stuff.
And that it doesn't have to be the most efficient use of time.
Sure. Yeah. Let's just
For
try
everything.
things. Yeah. Sure. Well, I'll like pick a project of the week.
Right? Like I understand there's like I'm not unfamiliar with the need to survive. Right? Like I understand there's a certain amount of things that you have to do that you don't want to do to be an adult in this world, etc., right? But then it's about being aware of what freedom you have within that space. Like if you have like 8 hours of work that you have to do every day, that's strictly for the sake of survival. That's one thing. But then there's what 16 other hours where you sleep, eat, do whatever else. And even within those 8 hours that you work, do you have breaks that you can think about something else, you know?
Yeah, I suppose so.
So like as long as you're meeting your needs,
Mhm.
you know, allow yourself the freedom to make a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Also, yeah, front end perfectionism is very descriptive.
Yeah.
That's what I think the whole man kind of answers are. It's those. Like I don't know if that's what it actually means, but it does. It is a very much like here I'm giving you what you want, right?
I think
Don't make me actually do anything.
I think the most useful thing for me is like I should just like I think I should force myself to pick a project.
That would be good. I actually think that would be good.
Because I
Yeah.
don't think I'm necessarily like that. Well, maybe my inertia is fear, right? But like I need to just I think I should designate a project at all times, right? And like blog, basically, about it on Discord.
Ah.
You know, because like some level of accountability is to like talk about it. Like, oh, you know, what did I do for my project today?
Oh, we're talking about totally different things.
Oh yeah.
The front end perfectionism is that if you don't see it doing well. The whole point is that you can get to like that is the antithesis of learning, I think. If I can't do it well, why do it at all?
Yeah.
You'll never find out if you can do it well. You'll never find out anything.
Yeah.
So that's totally different from well, not totally different, but very different from what I was saying, I think.
What were you saying?
When you give me the societally accepted answer is what I thought front end perfectionism was.
Oh, I see.
Right? So like there's a certain role that you're expected to play to people, you know, to make lots of money, to be strong, to be smart, to be a winner, all this kind of stuff, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just like, "Oh, I'll give you the answer that makes me look like as many of these aspects as possible."
Ah, so you're saying like to
Right?
try and appear to appear perfect.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking front end as in like a website.
Yeah.
Right?
Not like the front of a project.
Yeah, not at the beginning of a project, yeah.
We were just talking about
Yeah.
making content for the preview season. I
Mhm.
think topics we covered was tier lists, shortcomings with tier lists, delivering information, why people don't necessarily want to watch a primer and prefer tier lists despite the inaccuracies or the shortcomings of tier lists.
Yes.
We talked about new player acquisition to the game of Magic itself.
Oh, can I share a story?
Yeah, what's up?
It's not a great story.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so from my perspective, I have to hear how Scotty complains about the tier list every time they do it, about how Lola's always late, how he's always talking about defecating in bathrooms and some other things, and I don't know, right? And so I'm sitting there thinking that he's not enjoying this. And so my perspective is I wanted him to figure out what he wanted to do that will make everyone see that this is better to do than whatever it is that he has to sit through with Lola. That was the perspective. Which is to boil down what it is that was enjoyable about the tier list and also cut out all the parts that were unpleasant.
Um, I think more so is that I know that we're making a suboptimal product, and that doesn't make me happy.
Yeah, and so I hear the complaints about it all the time.
Sure.
So then I'm
I
trying
mean,
to cut it out now.
you're making it sound like I'm complaining about Lola a lot, and there's a lot of things to complain about Lola, and they're not, and those aren't exactly the first things that would come to mind.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what they are exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't sit there and listen and watch and examine what's
Yeah.
going on. Mostly because it's not my type of humor. And yeah.
I got caught by automod. Yeah, it's because
Oh.
that's my wife. Lola's on vacation at the beach.
Can I sound like not a woman?
Can you try to sound like Lola?
Sound like Lola?
Yeah. Can you do a
I don't
better
know.
Lola than Ethan Sachs?
I don't think so. I
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think I could do one. Dang, his ham was good though.
Oh, you're talking about that guy that did the impression of both of them.
Yeah, that's a good Twitch clip.
The something makes me want to puke.
Ethan has a good ham impression. That's from years ago.
I don't know where that is. I've quite literally been asking Scotty, what do you want to make for years?
I mean, I think I'm pretty done with
It's done?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty done with the conversation unless we're here to literally pick my first project, I guess, in terms of new player acquisition.
Okay. I want to put the pressure on.
Yeah, what's up?
and have you pick the project because there's a lot of okay, it's twofold. By saying the project, you might feel a little bit too fulfilled,
Yeah.
but I also want you to have some sort of what are they called? Accountability.
Yeah.
What will provide the most amount of accountability for you in this project?
Probably vainly posting on Discord.
Vainly posting on Discord. Vainly makes it sound like it's the least amount of accountability because you're fulfilling your need to seem and appear competent first.
Okay. Well, do you have another proposition for how one could keep accountable in my self-employed job?
No. I tried. I dug in there for a little bit. No. Except that you want to do it. Find a reason to want to.
Yeah. I've proposed the one that most likely I thought to trick myself into doing it, whatever.
Sure. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. You read an email about it? Does it contain any suspicious links? Is it saying that I need to relinquish my computer to IT because I've been hacksorted? All I have to do is provide the
Hacksorted?
password and my social security. Ah, I'm not gonna lie, you're the first human, and this isn't meant to be like mean or anything, but I've never actually heard of anyone subscribing to an email newsletter, and this is the first time. So I think that's cool that you do that. Because yeah, I've actually never met someone who's actually subscribed to an email. So like when you said email, I thought this was like correspondence with either a scammer or a business like a business associate.
A unicorn.
Yeah, RSS feeds and stuff, you know, like whenever someone on a podcast be like, and subscribe to my newsletter, I'm like, do people do that? do people subscribe to newsletters? Yeah, send it to I actually have a public stream email now.
Do you have a project that comes to mind?
Well, yeah, like working on the tier list and working on the makeup of the. I mean, it's the
The cheat
brainworm I have
sheet?
right now. It's the cheat sheet. Yeah.
Okay, then go for that
Yeah.
if it's already there.
Mhm.
Because I think that's kind of what we were doing with chatting about stuff is
Yeah.
listing things out. Well, thanks for hanging out, everyone, and helping Scotty find a project. In case I don't know, I go disappear soon.
It's scottynada.mail and then ampersand gmail.com.
At symbol. See.
Oh, sorry, not ampersand, at symbol. You're right. Thanks. LOL. Ampersand is such a boomer. My boomer license has been revoked yet again
Why?
because it's such a boomer word. Ampersand. Who says that?
Ampersand? I don't know where I learned that word.
I feel like if a kid needed to reference what that symbol is, they'll just be like the squiggly 8,
Squiggly
the
8.
fancy 8.
Well, people know that it means and though.
I guess, yeah, the and or whatever.
So wouldn't it just be like shortcutted to like the and symbol?
I guess so. Yeah.
Anyways,
Oh yeah.
I have a question for
Yeah.
you. So this might be another awkward thing. Contender drafts are happening when again?
Now probably.
Oh, can you check?
I can check right now. I'll log into Magic the Gathering Arena. Whoa, high stakes poker online is dead? I wouldn't have guessed. Thanks for the preface. All right, I'm logging into the Magic Arena.
I was also gonna say, like, not to be, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but not to get too far into it, but I don't talk to enough people to know.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if a lot of that desire to do something more popular and more supposedly productive,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and people pleasing in a sense is gendered.
Probably.
You know, like your flavor of that.
I mean, like almost every aspect of life is flavored by
Yeah.
how we treat genders differently. So
Well, genders, race, etc., and age even, and how
yeah.
we perceive that. But then it's, you know, like that. Maybe that's like a place to start about figuring out why you do that, and then separating yourself from it. You know, to kind of look at what you actually want to do.
I mean, I feel like I'd figure it out more the more I do it, right?
The more you do the thing that everyone expects you to do.
No, the more that I just try things and reflect on how it worked.
Oh, I see.
Right?
If you keep doing the things that everyone expects you to do, I don't know if you'll ever find out.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's up, bobbers?
Oh, so it's up. Oh, it is up now. Sorry, I couldn't tell.
Oh, it is up. Yeah, contender drafts are up. Our community events returning cube draft. In terms of my list of things to do, I can't say that's super high. which is
What's the core
sad because I
reason you
feel
didn't
like
want to do it?
what's the core reason I didn't want to do it?
To do the cube. Like the thing that always prevents you from trying to make it work.
I need okay, maybe yeah, this is a good question because I'm thinking about all aspects of the community events, and they're actually they're pretty dang good at bringing people together.
Did you not like making the cube itself?
I can't say it was like easy to fill up. Upkeeping the cube was certainly a time sink, and it's not time that I necessarily feel like I have anymore. I mean, I have time. It's just not making. I'm not allotting time for it. Like, there's other things I want to do more than upkeep a cube these days. I mean, just shoot questions, and then most likely I'll answer it or miss it. I hope not to miss it. But like, you know, there's like pod drafts and stuff. I know specifically referencing quarter calls again. Quarter calls, right now 22. And I'm not just saying that as a motivational speaker. I'm just saying right now, literally all of your luck will turn around because I have deemed it so.
What's making it bad?
It almost doesn't even matter what's making it bad. It's just going to get better because I said so.
Oh, okay.
Literally anything that's plaguing you, even like horrible diseases and stuff. But please listen to your doctor. And not just some random person who said your diseases are cured on the internet. I mean, okay, yeah, now we're going to a different topic entirely, but The community, gosh, I mean, I guess they are. Oh, AI has probably caused a whole different can of worms for medical professionals these days. Yikes. It used to be like, what, like WebMD or whatever. Now in the past like couple years, it's probably AI. That's tough.
Scotty,
Yeah?
do you want to dive into this community draft topic, or
I think I
do
want
you
to
want me
go
to wait till
eat
after you're done?
and like,
Gonna eat?
I don't
Okay.
know, do something else.
Something else? Are you okay? Wait, hold on. Is this avoiding the question?
No. It's good that Bobbers asked it. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause that.
I really do think that when people ask in chat is very different from when I ask.
No, it's the same. Just reminding
Is
me of
it?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so I kind of basically wanted to ask the plans. So the contender draft is happening right now.
Yeah.
How long is this available?
It's available for like 3 days, I think. 2 days to 3
For 3
days.
days.
Not that long.
Okay, and then you want to do this. It just started today, right?
Yep.
So you probably wouldn't have played anyway. Even it just kind of went late.
Yep.
So for the next X days, that the 3 days that it's on, you're gonna do contender draft.
Yep.
And then when does the release happen?
The release happens on Tuesday.
Tuesday. So that means, is it immediately after, or is there a day in between? Because it kind of looks like it's immediately. If it's the 11th. Is it our 11th?
Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Both contender drafts and Darina directs are horrible and terrible, and the game's falling apart at the seams as we speak.
And yet we are here still talking about it. Hey,
Hold on.
variety. Variety.
What the heck is a Magic the Gathering The Hobbit Limited Open? What is that? Huh? What is that? Hold on. Then why isn't it called a qualifier? What is this? September 11th to 13th. Limited open. Did they just call them opens now? I'm so confused. Was there any information on this? Is this the qualifier weekend? Is this the limited championship qualifier?
No, because the qualifier weekend's right above it.
Right above it?
Yeah, it says championship qualifier events.
No, this is the
Qualifier
Arena
weekend?
Championship, not the Arena Limited Championship.
Oh. Oh, is it that thing that you're qualified for like next year or something? Because
Yeah,
they moved it.
but that's called the Limited Championship qualifier, not Open. What does Open mean? But they killed the Arena Open. It's dead, and they haven't announced that it comes back. No, but this is the Arena Championship, not the limited. This is horrible. This is obviously really bad. Because it's so confusing. The Arena Championship is one thing. The Arena Limited Championship is another. They're two separate events. So I don't know what this open is.
Does it say anywhere on there that it's to be announced? maybe? Possibly?
Oh, here it is. Sorry.
There you go. Hey.
Test your skills in a competitive draft tournament where you can win up to 2,000 USD, structured similarly to the popular new Arena Limited Championship qualifier. Players will compete in 2 draft events as many times as they want over the weekend. Please note that this is not an Arena Limited Championship qualifier. What? But it's the same.
So it's the same format, but it doesn't actually qualify you for anything.
So it's just worse?
So that second draft thing that it was a part of before, right?
Yeah, so when you quote unquote won the second draft, you got money and a qualification. But this one you just get money, so it's worse. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's strictly worse if it's the same.
If it's the same
buy-in and all
payout,
that, yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Remastered open.
I guess we'll just have to crunch the numbers on whatever structure they put out.
How much less does it have to be to play though? It'd be the same, EV or whatever. I mean, the EV is already a variable because it's. No, do you have anything about the structure of the qualifier, or what is that? Limited championship qualifier?
Yeah.
Do you have any info on that?
On how much money it is?
Yeah, like the event.
No, I have no context on how much money. So there's a whole fiasco recently, just explaining to everybody. There's a whole fiasco where they basically kind of under the table announced that they would not be having any prize money for the Arena Limited Championship qualifier, which then there was a relatively large backlash, and then they said, nope, there's definitely going to be money involved, prize money involved in the Arena Limited Championship qualifier, but we don't know how much it is, and we don't know what it is.
Wow, so they intended it to be the same EV.
Yeah. And they really tried to slip that one under the covers while no one was looking, kind of, because they didn't make an official announcement. It seemed like it just leaked that the information, kind of, my impression of it. Which, yeah. I think I would be much happier if I could say in good faith that I was surprised. I think I'd be a happier person, but I can't, so it's a little sad.
I think you should take a vote over the next month and ask people what game you should play instead.
Oh, the whole conclusion after this whole, what content do you want to focus on next? Do you want to acquire new players to Magic? Okay, the conclusion is just quit Magic. The conclusion is just quit Magic.
It's just gonna be the conversation every time.
Yeah, just quit. I mean, I'm okay, fine. If you want to if we're gonna get more into it, I think it is very challenging as a content creator to continue making content for Magic when I can't say that WotC is my favorite company. You know, when I can't say that WotC has my full faith as a person that they're going to make moves to continue making a healthy game. So I think it's challenging. There is definitely an aspect of it that's okay, well, what kind of new player content do you want to make? And I'm in the back of my head, I'm just dude, there's a small bit that's do I? Do I? Speaking of someone who doesn't play Magic the Gathering anymore, hello Gum Workshop, who's moved on to definitely greener pastures.
But honestly, why not just take suggestions from people, and then that's just a game that you try out?
Yeah.
You know, because okay, this is my thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a community of people who are like kind of cool to hang out with, you know, I think that's kind of what you've made, right? Clearly, everyone in chat isn't being bopped constantly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that I would assume there is some aspect that aligns as why you all are together here playing a game with whatever personality, right? And out of that, I think if you were to ask everyone on the internet versus a group of people who have somehow gathered here, I think they were more likely to be able to find something you would enjoy.
I suppose so.
Did I phrase that well? I don't know if I did.
I guess so. The thing is, I'm still gonna. I mean, at this point, I think I'm not gonna move.
Even with the sarcastic ones, I think that you would find humor in those things, like legitimately.
Well, yeah, but what's like
And then eventually,
what's the what's my goal? Just to find something I like?
do you have to have a goal? Okay, Mr. Adventure Man Scotty. Okay, why do you take me out on these adventures in the middle of nowhere where you have no idea where you're going?
Yeah.
In the wild in person and make me walk like 2 extra miles for no reason.
Well, because I
and you're like,
enjoy
I
the
can't do that with.
journey. Are you fighting
Huh?
now? Are we arguing?
Yeah, you don't enjoy the journey of finding a game or finding another topic.
all right, load it up, Han. We're playing Guild Wars right now.
Yes.
Most of that cut out.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
Oh, what I was saying.
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Oh no. I want to eat and stuff first.
No, not like no, but like next time you have a break. Like I understand, there's a brand that you've created, or whatever, a community, you know, activities that you've figured out, and yeah, you do limited, you do these opens, you do these contender, whatever,
Well,
right?
I'm not gonna not do that.
Yeah, but you do those,
Yeah.
okay? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in those breaks, in those other moments, you have to sacrifice a little bit of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
To invest into whatever else that you're doing.
Which means I'm not making like, which means I'm not like in those those hours, whatever. It means I'm not pursuing my brain worms of like doing this cheat sheet stuff.
You gotta choose, man.
Yeah, and right now I'm choosing the cheat sheet.
Then can I request less complaints?
Yes, I will not complain anymore about whatever set review content.
You get what I'm saying? If you're gonna do something, get it.
Yes.
You know? Try it out.
Got it. I will. I'll have a better attitude about it. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like not criticize WotC when they're making a boneheaded decision, right? But I'm not gonna be like, oh, I hate my job. You know, like, oh my gosh, this thing where I get to sit in my AC house all day and play games. Oh, it's so miserable. I'll do that less.
I think so. I kind of want to, what's the word? Distinguish.
Yeah.
I think it's perfectly fine to acknowledge your complaints about, what's the word?
About the direction of the company, but things that I have full agency over, I won't complain about. Okay? How about that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So if at any point,
yeah. If I'm like, I don't like the content I'm making with Lola, I won't be like, oh, I'm just trapped in this bubble of Lola sphere. I won't do that anymore. Okay. I don't think I ever did, but I won't do that anymore.
And if at any point where the direction of the company in and of itself is affecting your ability to enjoy the game so much as so that it starts making you feel like you're trapped, right?
Yeah. Then I'll
ditch it.
Okay, then I'll ditch it. Yeah. Sure. Got it.
Right? Whinging. The new word, by the way, for me.
Yeah, what does whinging mean?
Whining,
Oh.
I think.
Yeah. I still want to watch Red Bull for being a full-time baboyer. Dang, I kind of wished I could legally watch could have watched the Olympics live. I think I streamed it on Discord because it wasn't super legit. But dang, we should have had the live ray gun reactions.
I find it wild that I think it's very possible that Raygun did more for the community than anyone's willing to admit.
Yeah, I wonder, huh? I wonder if it was a net positive, huh?
Yeah, like I wonder.
Yeah.
Oh, I learned it from Louis.
Ah, that's where you learn whinging from.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
Oh, speaking of Raygun.
That's true. Raygun.
Australia,
Wow,
right?
everything's coming together. Raygun's also from Australia. A plus. Everything's converging. I'm still in Korea right now.
Still in Korea.
Okay. Anyway. Yes, it does. See, look, it's all connected. Wow, it must be a conspiracy.
Okay. So context, contender drafts.
Look, even admirable. I missed some koalas. That's even Australia. Sorry, that was a throwaway joke. Can you continue in a more serious way?
A more serious way?
Sorry. Can you continue? I'm sorry for I'm sorry for distracting. I'm sorry for interrupting you for that throwaway joke.
No. I'm trying to figure out how can I be more serious. I don't know. It's a plan. Eating. Whatever.
I'm gonna develop this idea of the cheat sheets.
Okay, we're gonna go with this cheat sheet thing.
Yeah. So specifically for the Hobbit, right? I'm not gonna have time to read all the cards, right? Because I think my streams should be focused on. I'm gonna do the contender drafts like tomorrow.
You're prioritizing contender, yeah.
I'm prioritizing contender. Then I'm gonna prioritize just playing the set, the Hobbit set, and then I'm gonna prioritize the Arena Direct.
They're pretty back to back.
Yeah, they're pretty back to back at this point. So my schedule in the next whatever days is contender, Hobbit drafts, Hobbit Arena Direct.
What format is contender? Is that the Avatar
Marvel
one?
Superheroes draft.
Oh, our Marvel. Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh no, the direct is the Avatar.
No, direct is Hobbit. Oh, you mean the direct that's going on right now?
Oh, there's one going on now?
Yes, I think the direct going on right now is Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, that's one that you're not doing.
I'm not gonna do that.
I see.
Yeah. So there's a direct right now that's best of one, Powered Cube draft, and Spider-Man. So I'm out. I'm not doing that.
Okay, yeah. So for clarity, you're not
Yeah.
doing this direct. You're doing the contender drafts while it's available. If you have time, you might read the cards,
Yeah.
and then whatever. And then you're gonna have the set come out.
Mhm.
And then how much time do you have after the set comes out before the whatever that thing's called?
The direct starts?
The collector one starts.
4 days, I think. 3 days.
So during the course of those 3 days, are you just gonna do sealed?
No, I'm gonna do draft.
So you are gonna do draft, okay. Aloha. I'm a disembodied voice.
You are a little bit, yeah. But you're also you're literally in the other room.
No, I'm not. I have no corporeal form. I don't know how to say the word. Corporeal.
I was talking to Han about. Well,
Waifu.
more accurately, Scotty is Han's husband. But
How is that more accurate? I would assume that they're equally accurate.
But I usually have Han talk when we're talking about like business direction stuff.
Yeah. Usually we had these conversations on my side.
Yeah, but you wanted
Right.
to ask some questions to me as I was going through the cards and stuff, and it was really helpful. Yeah, so
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see where it ends. We'll see.
Mhm.
And then, okay, so you have the direct for collectors, and I'm assuming if they're decent, right, profit,
Mhm.
you're just gonna keep doing it with whatever time's available to you
My win rate has to be extraordinarily low for the Hobbit
for it not to
collector
be worth.
booster event to not be worth it.
Okay, and then I have no idea what's being said right now.
What Bash? I actually don't know what Bash Bob is saying.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But anyway, then at the end of that, I guess no draftathon then, right?
No draftathon because
Because
it's so
that feels a
soon.
little weird.
Yeah.
It's overpacked. Okay, and then by then it's already too late for a set review anyway.
Yep.
So, are you saying no set review?
No set review. But what I want is, I think for practice, it would be good for me to create the cheat sheet / infographics for the Hobbit.
Oh, so you're just gonna make it a little late
Yes, I'm gonna make it a little late, but I think I
Okay.
need to do it for
yourself.
in order to get to because I don't want to be going into it the first time when Reality Fracture drops. I want to have a little bit more experience with
Get
the
a feel
process.
for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So even if it's late, I want to make the Hobbit ones.
Okay. Well, then at that point, why don't you just do it while you're waiting for your drafts, or like?
For Hobbit, there'll be no waiting.
Huh?
There'll be no waiting for the Hobbit.
I mean, after the direct, there will be.
Yeah, I
You don't
suppose.
think?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
So in reality, there's no set review, but there will be you working on how to get it.
Like
going for
basically
the
working on my set review content.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then what is the language you're using to talk to Lola?
The language I'm using.
What
to
is
talk
the
to Lola?
intended?
Oh,
What is
are
the
you
plan?
asking me how I'm gonna break up with Lola?
What is yes? Yes, that's essentially what I'm asking. No, but seriously, like, what are the give and takes, like, because there's clearly something that Lola wants to do, right? And the things that you want to do, and how. Right, like, what are you going to establish as, like, okay, here are some of the things that I need in order for me to do this with you, what are your, like, non-negotiables, and then what are your negotiables, right? And then you can work within that.
Well, I still think that, for example, the tier list, like the tier list that we make is pretty solid for the first part of the draft process, like I was saying.
So that means you're totally willing to do the same thing.
Like
the exact same thing.
No, hold on. But maybe like that's the tier list. I'm not talking about necessarily the like the freaking 12-hour set review.
Okay, so you're willing to do the tier list without the conversation.
I need to think through it, right? Because if I go through all the phases of preparing for the set, like the question I have to ask myself is, once I'm fully prepared and I feel like I know the cards, I've examined them all, I've studied the set and stuff, am I willing to sit down and then basically walk Lola through, teach Lola the set, right? Because at that yeah.
Okay, no, go ahead.
Because at that point, I'm fairly confident that if I do the preparation that I want to do, I will be more prepared going into the set review, right? So am I willing to like essentially go through that again for his content?
So two funny things. You're actually talking about how you are starting to think more similarly because as time has passed, you've been more aligned. But is it possible to incorporate what Lola wants to do in one of the things that you're already doing?
I think when I'm talking about phase 2,
that's the one I was thinking.
Yeah, in phase 2. So phase 2 of the preview process, which is to answer the questions that I've asked.
Which is
right,
what you were
in
trying to do
detail.
today,
Yeah,
right?
which is what I was trying to do today.
Yeah.
Could possibly be done with Lola.
Is it something? Well, I guess that at that point you just need to know what are the what is it called, like the MVPs or whatever,
Minimal viable product.
or like what's the bare minimum that Lola needs to enjoy what he's doing? You know,
I don't
and
know.
you gotta
Based on
ask
the
him
way he
that.
talks, I think he just kind of likes me for some reason.
Right. So if all he wants to do is to have a conversation, then just be like, okay, we can do the tier list, and then like you lead how you go through it.
Okay.
And see if he's up for that. You know, that's something you can present to him and be like, right? Like, I don't really like how we go card by card. You know?
Yeah.
I thought he used to do, what are they? I thought he used to look up cards and stuff before the set review. Did he not?
No, he does. He does. But then he won't have. Like we never get to quite the preparation level that I'm happy about.
What's the MCU mean? A negative self-talk.
Han doesn't play MTG
What's-
anymore.
Not anymore, no. For some reason? Did I say that?
No, I said that. I said Lola likes me for some reason, and it's not so much that I feel like I lack qualities. I feel like I butt heads with Lola, and then he's just like still coming back for more. You know?
Oh, I think. Oh, sorry. The way that I took that is that I don't think I've ever been able to have Lola articulate why he wants to do the thing.
Ah, yeah, sure.
So I thought that's what you meant. Sorry, I didn't think about you as a whole. Like, I know why everyone likes you. I don't think I need to think about that. I mean, I feel like marriage is a very specific choice. But yeah, in terms of like specifically the set review, like I don't know what it is that he wants out of the set review and why he wants to do it with you, and like, you know, what aspects of that he enjoys. If he just wants to hang out with anyone, like I get that, but then is that the only reason he wants to do a set review? You could just have other content that's not set reviews to do together, like, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to get like down to the core of why I like things. I have to really think about it and then articulate it and think about it, then articulate it again. And I think for Lola, that's even harder.
Okay, this is another thing. You could just set it up and say, hey, will you try this with me?
Sure, yeah.
And find out. And then you can ask him after, hey, did you hate it?
Sure, yeah.
Right? That's another one. You were talking about before only doing arguments.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think. Sorry, I don't think that that the process will be that different. You know, like going into the next set review with Lola. Let's say we just do it again, and even if I don't tell him anything, I don't think the process will be that different. You know, based on what I want to do for phase 2, I'll just have my questions figured out better. So I'll probably, and honestly speaking, one skill I have personally that I think I'm quite good at is be able to prime people into saying the things that I think they want to say.
Oh, you're manipulative.
I mean, yeah, kind of. It's more like, you know, being able to like figure out what points someone wants to make and be able to you know, and be able to help support them in their conversation back and forth. I think I play a pretty good support role in terms of like especially group conversations.
Okay, a more generous interpretation, which I think is maybe a little bit closer, like my opinion, is that I do think that you paraphrase in a better way.
Sure.
That allows people to articulate what they're really trying to say.
Sure.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like it allows another perspective in order for them to get to the core of what they're meaning. But yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's manipulative. the source of information is a little bit different. Right.
Yeah, it certainly made it sound like I'm just.
It's coming from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, you like these carrots.
No, I think I
Anyways.
play pretty well in a group discussion setting. You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
like I think
Absolutely.
I did pretty well when Mark Anderson still ran his roundtable talks, or whatever.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say that was around the time I think I had a feeling that that would work out well because of that.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it beforehand on whether or not you wanted to participate, and I think that was part of that conversation, and then yeah, and it kind of played out that way.
Yeah.
Where you don't necessarily talk about something, or you don't initiate a conversation, especially when there's more than two people, right? There's not a lot of like, I have an opinion, I need to say that opinion kind of thing when there's a ton of people around. Like you just kind of have to bandwagon.
Yeah.
And work off of what's being said around you. But anyway. What?
Lola loves the semantics though. Talking about English as a second language. He's definitely gotten quite passionate about misused English words a couple times.
Yeah. You can't have too many, at least for in terms of like a content setting, I think, who play that role. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And if you were to acknowledge that, then I could understand a lot more, you know, why he wants you, because I do think that you play that role a lot better of like having an opinion without necessarily having to get it out.
Sure.
Right? Like taking up the space in order to get that opinion out.
Mm-hmm.
Or having to, because that's like a thing that happens a lot as well, is that people have to repeat themselves, like paraphrase it in their own way in order for them to themselves to say it in a sense, in order to be part of the conversation versus like adding just that bit that's different, like the distinct part of what you're thinking. Basically, you're able to cut out a lot of fluff whenever you make an opinion.
Sure. I think I want to stop streaming.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm done. I'm finished.
Okay.
So for the next, so here's just to have the final word here. Next couple days for me is going to be contender draft. Next couple days is going to be contender draft. The days after that, after Hobbit release, it's going to be Hobbit draft, and then the arena direct for collector boosters is going to come online, which I'm then going to jam the collector booster event a lot. Then after that, there's like a week of no direct, which I'm probably not going to stream, and I'm going to be like shopping and making food and stuff. And then immediately the weekend after that is going to be the Hobbit play booster direct, which I'm going to play. Then after that.
Go.
Then after that, I'm going to make these infographics, honestly, primarily for practice.
Oh, okay. Question.
Yep.
How? I'm assuming you don't have a very accurate gauge, but given what you have, how much are you actually going to play the play booster?
The play boosters this time are, well, we'll see, but for now it looks like they're going to be worth a lot, and I've been told it's because of the box toppers.
Okay. Okay, so the significant amount.
Yeah.
I can expect. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. This is also very good, I think, to say, because up until this point, I think it was very ambiguous what your commitments were.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I actually do extremely poor job of relaying to you what my priorities are, and I think you feel lost a lot of the time, and I think that frustrates you.
Yeah, and I don't know if you do that to chat as well. Which I think that chat would benefit greatly.
Yeah, but it's just that chat cares less
clarity.
because chat's not my wife. Okay. Ready to go?
Yeah. I mean, you're the one that has the off button. I could keep talking. You could just be like, gone. So, like, So
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. That was it's actually been very, very helpful for me. So I'm gonna go raid off now, and then I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna do my
Wait.
dailies in Guild Wars, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Oh yeah, probably. Wait, I don't. What did you say something that I'm missing?
What do you mean?
I mean, you can tell me after. No, I don't know what people are reacting to.
Oh, chat not being my wife.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the skill. I don't have it. Is it bye-bye time?
Yeah, I'm trying to find who to raid.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
do you still want to do that VOD then?
Hmm?
Did I make that thing for no reason?
Who?
Do you know how I made that thing that fetches all the keywords from a card so they can pop up on your screen? I showed you that today, right?
I have to
Sorry, I'm distracting you.
see where
I'm distracting you.
lies.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's
Okay.
eat. Let's eat.
Bye.
Hang out and stuff. Sorry, it's just popped up.
I'm raiding Florida. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
It's like, hey, wifey. How are you doing, wifey?